on the staff in May of 3.03, but he cannot get early runs to work with. And the Ford keys to the game for Kenshin Kawakami. Second and third, and that means second and third inning for this guy. They've been a problem for him. In fact, well over 40% of the runs he's allowed have come in the second and third inning. So get off to a good start tonight and stay ahead in the count. When he's ahead in the count, opponents are only hitting .223 against him, .340 otherwise.
McCutchen fouls off the 1-1. Andrew McCutchen starting in center field. A young man who replaced Nate McLouth out there in center, called up from AAA and considered their number 2 prospect. Their number 1 prospect is Pedro Alvarez, who was their first-round pick last year. He's a third baseman. So McLouth leaves and McCutchen takes over in center.
And there go the glasses. Sweat obviously a factor here. Not that hot. It's 81 degrees, but when you've got all that gear on, you're going to work up a lather.
Jim Lovell cleaning them off there. How about a 1-2 now? There's a curve and a strikeout. Good start for Kawakami, and there's one away as he gets the youngster McCutchen. Pittsburgh Pirates, managed by John Russell, tied for 8th in the league in runs scored. Our Toyota starting lineups. And the leadoff man, Andrew McCutchen, yesterday his first career 3-hit game. He can really run as well. And Freddie Sanchez, good hitter in the 3 spot.
They've got some guys that are swinging the bat pretty well right now, including the LaRoche brothers.
Now it's Niger Morgan, shows bunt. And strike 1 to the left fielder. And that one hit him.
Not a guy to put on base. Not the way he can run. Got to love his stirrup socks too, don't you?
Absolutely.
Got a little Chris Spire look to him. You remember Chris Spire?
Sure, the shortstop.
Yeah. I just brushed him a little bit. Does that count? I guess so, yeah. Now this guy runs a lot. 12 stolen bases, and he's been caught 6 times.
He'd be an example, though, Joe, of a guy that, see, Brian McCann got a new pair of glasses between batters. But he'd be an example of what we talked about a little bit yesterday, the contrast between, okay, great, he's got 12 stolen bases, but he's basically getting caught every 3rd time. So would you rather have Nate McLouth going 8 for 8 or Morgan going 12 out of 18? And that's a rhetorical question,
yeah.
You know?
What they were hoping for, and I'm talking about the Pirates team, the players, I mean, they were envisioning an outfield of Morgan, McLouth, and McCutchen. 3 guys who wouldn't let anything drop. Great speed and excellent range, but it didn't work out that way.
Talked yesterday about J.J. Hardy and the new statistics, UZR and UZR 150, and his rating in those categories is number 1. Morgan's is among all left fielders, so he does a good job out there catching it for sure. And they like McCutchen defensively too.
There was actually talk that McCutchen, when he came up, would play center field and they'd move McLouth to right.
The 1-1. Amazing how it's changed for the Pirates, though. When the Braves went in there last year, you were looking at an outfield of Bay, McLouth, and Nady left to right. That's a really good offensive outfield.
Very solid. Good move to first base in that Morgan was moving. He had to make him stop. He was getting a walking lead. And you got a guy at the plate who can really handle the bat. Has been a tough out for the Braves for the last several years.
Hitting .311, Freddie Sanchez, runner on the go, and that's out of play.
Again, he got a little bit of a walking lead and had a tremendous jump, so keep Morgan close.
2-2 now with one out. Pirates tied for 8th in the league in runs scored. 8th in on base, 12th in slugging, 15th in homers. So they do not use the home run ball or the extra base hit usually to collect those runs. 2-2.
That was another part of what the anticipation was, though, Boog, was that with the departure of Bay and Nady, the only guy left was really Adam LaRoche, who could provide him some power, and Ryan Domet, the tremendous switch-hitting catcher who's on the disabled list with a broken wrist. So they were thinking, well, we're going to have a bunch of scat bats. You know, we're going to run a lot. So that did not come to fruition with the trade of McLeod.
And their runs per game dropped dramatically once both those guys were gone last year. And they struggled offensively without Bay and Nady, as you'd expect. 3-2 is punched in the air, shallow right, and Jeff Francoeur with a basket catch in the sun.
A little bit of a tough tweener there. Kelly Johnson able to get out of the way at the last second, and Jeff making that running basket catch. Something else too, Boog. This franchise's farm system, it's not dried up, but there's not just a real funnel of players coming up to the big leagues right now too. So some of these deals they've made have included a lot of prospects, i.e. McLeod for 3 players from the Braves, to try to replenish it until they can get the pipeline going through their farm system. They've spent a lot of their draft picks on pitchers in recent years, and they've had some high draft picks, and they've had really horrible luck with those pitchers and their health. A lot of guys breaking down.
Yeah, it's a combo of health, and they've made some bad choices for sure.
That's true.
Morgan goes. There's a pitch out. Throw right there. Got him. Good work, Brian McCann. They guessed right, and McCann executes with a perfect strike. And Nyjer Morgan caught for the 7th time this year. Night here at the ball yard, and no score. Bottom of the first, the Braves coming up to hit. So the starting lineups: Braves 13th in the league in runs scored. McLeod, Escobar, and Jones, the top 3. Brian McCann will clean it up. And how about Chipper? Red hot, 2 homers yesterday. and had his 16th career 5 RBI game. And they will go up against Zach Duke, making his 12th start. He's had a good year.
He certainly has a 2.62 ERA. Good stuff. He's a hot pitcher, and the 4 keys to success for him tonight. How about a little revenge? His worst start of the year came at the hands of Atlanta as they beat him 11-1 back on April 19th. And nothing at night means his ERA is microscopic at night.
And a base hit for Nate McLeod.
Well, if there was going to be any fretting over facing your old teammates, this puts this to rest right away. A mistake by Duke, and McLeod makes him pay, and that'll help Nate settle in like any other opponent, even though Adam LaRoche is giving him the devil over there.
Adam LaRoche was upset about that trade. You don't normally hear LaRoche speak out the way he did, but he was angry.
It takes a lot to rile him up. And then on the heels of that, the Pirates swept the Mets right about the same time. And Carlos Beltran came out with a quote, said, "We should have beat this team. We're better than this team."
Yeah, he said he was embarrassed.
Yeah, and Adam LaRoche called Beltran unprofessional.
Yeah, said he had no class.
So you go, Adam.
Absolutely. Been getting into it. He said after the trade, there ain't a guy in here who ain't ticked off about it. They might be trying to hide it or whatever, but hey, you get a guy's love. You get a guy who's loved by everybody, not just in the clubhouse, but in the community, and then you trade him. Can't turn that one. So man at first, 1 out, and Unell aboard. As McLeod is erased, Chipper Jones will come up to hit.
During the course of these 4 games, you're going to see 2 solid infield tandems up the middle in the way they turn double plays. And for the Pirates, Wilson and Sanchez very slick around the bag, like Escobar and Johnson.
Chipper has good numbers against Zach Duke. 9 out of 19.
There's some guys in the order tonight who've hit him pretty hard. His career record against the Braves 2-3 after that loss in April.
Slicing high fly ball to right. Well hit and out of here. Oh man, is he on a hot streak. He let the ball get deep on him and blasted it over the right field wall. It's 2-0. Chipper Jones, number 8.
The last 2 nights, neither one of these teams has had Mets on the front of their uniform, but he's wearing them out like he does the New York Mets. Going the other way on a pitch up and out away from him. And that big heavy bat doesn't have to overswing it. Just get it in the right spot. Get it out in front. His 3rd homer in 2 days.
You see him do that a lot left-handed. McCann hit by the pitch. You see Chipper go opposite way a lot left-handed, not as much right-handed.
I agree. He's mostly a pull hitter right-handed.
At least in terms of the power, you'd say.
Exactly. Security guards got deep there. They all came running on the field unnecessarily when the shortstop came in to talk to the pitcher, not the pitching coach. Back to your stations, fellas, but good hustle.
That was just Jack Wilson. Not true.
Roger that.
Strike 1 to Garrett Anderson.
The early run so important, I think, for Kenshin Kawakami, and to get 2 here in the first inning is huge when he's not even accustomed to getting more than that his whole start. What is he, worst in the National League?
Worst in the majors.
The majors in run support.
Braves averaging a little over 2 runs per game for him.
.16.
That's one of those that's hard to play out, but it's got to have some type of an effect. I don't know how you quantify it on his performance, but at a certain juncture, he's got to feel he has to be a little extra perfect, extra fine, because they're not going to score. In the air, shallow center, and McCutchen.
Hurry!
Brian McCann was not going to let happen to him what happened to a teammate the other day that cost a buddy a hit. He wanted to make sure that ball was caught and almost went too far.
So 2 down now. Brunell getting a chance to cool off in the dugout. Frenchie up here. He swung the bat well against Zach Duke.
Venture a guess that there aren't too many other pitchers out there that he's worn out like this guy. Certainly any better. 8 for 17 with a homer. Duke 6'2", 205 out of Clifton, Texas, and was a low draft pick, a 20th round pick in 01. Had a really bad year for the most part, 5 and 14 overall, but you were telling me before the game, good stuff at the end.
Yeah, finished well, last 5 starts especially. And remember, he burst on the scene back in 05. 14 starts as a rookie, his first 14 big league starts. He went 8-2, a 181 ERA, and then he's hit some bumps in the road. But going back to last year, there it is. Last 16 starts, 11 this year, 5 last year, a 264 ERA, and 4 homers allowed, Joe. Just reached out and poked it. And coming on is Moss to make the grab. Chipper Jones does it again. Home run the opposite way. His 2-run blast, number 8. And the Braves lead 2-0 at the end of 1. Braves on Sports South are brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers, by Wendy's, by Texaco, by the Georgia Lottery, and by AirTran. Here at Turner Field, the Braves, courtesy of the Chipper Jones 2-run homer, lead it 2-0. John Shabby and Joe Simpson with you. Really nice night for baseball. Kenshin Kawakami will go back to work as the folks on the Chop House look on.
.81 degrees at game time, I believe, again. That's very pleasant.
Adam LaRoche was at the plate when Nigel Morgan was thrown out trying to steal. And the first one to him skips in the dirt, ball one. You talk about making moves. This is a guy who's a free agent at the end of the year. So you got to wonder if he's somebody who may be traded at the deadline, near the deadline.
I'd be more surprised if he wasn't. Still quick inside. And he's hit in 8 of his last 9 games.
And he continues this amazing trend, and teams that are interested in dealing probably take note. Dealing for him, I should say. He is always so much better in the second half. His career first half OPS 776, in the second half 907. His average goes up 45 points.
Has seemingly always been a bad April hitter. And I don't mean hitting 220, I mean hitting 150. He just has a hard time getting started.
It just seems to happen season after season for him. Bouncer to first, took a bad hop. Prado handled it, gets it to Kawakami.
Wow, what did that ball do? Must have hit a dirt clod or something.
Folks, meet Braves pitcher Derek Lowe this Wednesday, June 10th. Derek will be signing autographs in Monument Grove from 5:30 until 6:45. Bring 20 cans or a $20 donation for 1 autograph, 40 cans or a $40 donation for 2 autographs. For game tickets, visit Braves.com/tickets. So D. Lowe will be out there on Wednesday. $20 or $40.
That's a good deal, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting an autograph or 2 autographs, and you're also helping the Atlanta Food Bank.
So 1 down, bases clear. Andy LaRoche is the hitter. 2-0 Braves. And the curveball is bounced foul.
Somehow Andy kind of let his brother's slow start rub off on him, too. He got off to not only a bad start this year, but after the trade last season that brought him over from L.A., he didn't do too much, but he's beginning to, and he's hit in 18 of his last 20.
Average sits at 301. Shortstop as Escobar keeps the glove down and throws him out.
I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess that Andy runs better than Adam. And I think I'd be right, and I don't even know. I'd take my chances.
Right.
I'm guessing Andy got all the wheels in that family.
Couple of ground ball outs, 2 down, and Brandon Moss has been a hot hitter. Last 21 games hitting .371, the right fielder. Little roller up along first. Prado will tag Moss. And a good quick inning for Kenshin Kawakami. Pirates go 1-2-3. We're midway in the second. home run. Chipper's been red hot. Zach Duke back to work. A win in his last start against the Mets. 7 innings, gave up a run on 8 hits. And the lefty back to work against Prado. Hits that one hard and past the diving Wilson. Base hit for Prado. 11th start of the year for Prado at first base.
And for him to get a single off of Zach Duke is news in itself. Not because he's never gotten a hit off of him, but because he's 5 for 9 in his career against him prior to this at bat with a homer and 3 doubles. So this was only the second single. Now he's hit in 8 straight.
So Prado's starting to feel a bit more comfortable at the plate. Kelly Johnson up here now. Andy LaRoche in on the grass at third, guarding against the bunt.
Another one of those weird stats. Kelly Johnson hitting .243 for the year, but hitting over .300 against left-handers. Just a .219 mark against right-handed pitchers. And that's an unusual stat, to say the least, but it's something that Kelly's got to fix. Yeah, he's got to really figure out what it is he's doing or not doing against right-handers to balance that out and improve his on-base percentage.
Kelly down on strikes, and Kenshin Kawakami will come up to hit. So Kelly chasing that sweeping breaking ball.
That's one of the best pitches he possesses, that big curveball. In his last start, he beat the Mets 3-1, went 7 innings, walked 1, did not strike out about it that day, but he already has 2 complete games this year, and one of them was a shutout victory.
Kawakami pops the bunt up, but Prado scrambles back to first.
His complete game victory came against Houston on April 13th. Threw a 4-hitter at him, and then his next start, the Braves beat him 11-1.
So 2 down, and McLeod will come up.
There was a good picture there about how Kenshin is learning certain things with the Braves, and how when you are supposed to bunt and you pop it up, you don't even take your bat and helmet to the bat rack. You go away from Bobby Cox down to the other end of the dugout.
McLeod shortened the bunt right there. Nate 1 for 1 with a single. Rips that one, but foul.
See, I think this is hard when you are facing your old team this quickly after a deal, and you know your pitchers so well and you're friends with them, and at least you think, you know what, when you're on the Pirates, I like our guys. We got some good pitchers, especially Zach Duke, and now I got to face him. I mean, he's my pal. I know he's good. Tough challenge. But you also don't want to go 0 for 4 against him.
Yeah.
That competitiveness comes out.
Well, off to a good start, 1 for 1. But in a 1-2 hole here as the Braves lead it in the second. McLeod was disappointed by the trade. I mean, I think he had settled into the Pirates organization. He was drafted by them out of high school in Michigan, and he wanted to win. He wanted to win there because that was the organization that he developed in.
I just think it took him so by surprise. It took him a day or two for it actually to soak in. And probably had the same questions in his head that his teammates had, which was, why?
I mean, even he was quoted as saying he was asked if he could understand how some of the Pirates fan base questioned whether the team is serious about winning. And McLeod was quoted as saying, "I think so. I don't think that's an illogical thing for people to be thinking based on some of the things that have happened." And then went on to say it's just a tough day. Ripped foul again, but again, our Geico quote of the day from Neil Huntington, I think, does do a good job of kind of highlighting the disconnect between on the field and the front office. And if you're not an elite team, if you're not a winning team, if you haven't won, and this team hasn't won since 1992, you look at it differently. On a bounce, and Freddie Sanchez fields and throws him out. Braves can't do anything with the leadoff single. We'll go to the third from Turner Field. Number 3 and the VCast Music with Rhapsody. Know your music inning from Verizon Wireless. What Braves player enjoys listening to Rise Against songs on his wireless phone? Stick around, we'll tell you in the bottom of the third inning. Rise Against is the name of the band.
Not Rise Against Right?
Rise Against Right? Let me see that. I don't think so. Let me see the card. Rise Against song. No.
Because the graphic said Rise Against. Maybe it meant Rise Against right on his wireless phone.
I think it's just Rise Against.
Okay.
We'll get back to you, though.
All right.
Here's Jason Jaramillo hitting left, not right.
And you know, I rely on you on those groups that I don't have a clue on, and obviously you don't have a clue on that.
Not even a clue. Jaramillo takes outside, getting a chance to catch a lot with Ryan Domit on the DL with that injured wrist. Figuring Domit somewhere near the All-Star break. But this guy came up in the Phillies organization. Former second-round pick. And he played for John Russell in the Phillies organization. So there's some familiarity with him. He's done a decent job. Popped up to left, and Anderson puts it away. One down.
And I looked it up because I saw Martin Prado kind of crack his shin guard when he came up, to say hello. So I thought maybe Jaramillo was from Venezuela or the Dominican or Panama or wherever. Wisconsin.
Of course. Braves fans, spend $100 or more at your local Home Depot store between now and June 28th and receive 2 free tickets by mail. Please visit your nearest Home Depot store for details. Offer valid only at participating stores.
Are you kidding me?
That's a good deal right there.
I mean, that's like an every other day visit to Home Depot for the Simpson family.
$100 or more at your local Home Depot between now and June 28th.
Wow.
So you basically got 3 weeks, and you get 2 tickets. Offer is valid only at participating stores. Jack Wilson up. So, like, what type of stuff do you get at the Home Depot? I'm not a big fix-it guy. I've gotten I had a closet that had one of those long light bulbs.
Those are fluorescent.
Yeah. I got me some of them.
Good. Do you know how to put them in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. You got that going for you. Pretty good pitch right there, right at the target. Brian doesn't even have to move it. Nothing wrong with that.
2-2 now. Kawakami's been pretty sharp. Blows him away with that fastball. Second strikeout of the night. 2 down.
You just go into Home Depot for odd things. You know, you might need some coat hangers. I mean, some like
coat hangers.
No, I mean like hooks, coat hooks. You know, closet, or you might need some molly bolts, some lag bolts to hang some stuff on the wall.
You can get paint there.
Oh, yeah.
You can get a ceiling fan.
Ceiling fan. You get a
chainsaw.
Grill.
You get a chainsaw.
Yes, you need one.
You could rent a chainsaw there too, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think you get a ticket for that, but
no, you're right. Good point.
Participating stores. We might need to find out where those participating stores are.
Well, my guess is you're either going to be able to find it at Braves.com or HomeDepot.com.
There you go. Yep.
Power saw?
Sure. I can go in there and get a buggy full of light bulbs. It's kind of funny looking when you're pulling up to the checkout counter and it's nothing but light bulbs. You know, like a cart thing?
Well,
shopping cart?
A shopping cart is what we call them.
And you never heard of Eddie Yost. Come on.
Well, wait a second. I'm still stuck on the buggy because I feel like it's like you have a horse-drawn shopping cart in the middle of the Home Depot. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, we're at the light bulb section. Duke bounces that one.
That's good. The inning's over.
Hey, we're midway in the third. The Braves lead it. Chipper's coming up. You know your music getting from Verizon Wireless. We asked you earlier what Braves player enjoys listening to Rise Against on his wireless phone. And our answer is, answer please, Hubby? Hubby, is that you? Tommy Hanson. I'm going to need to find out about this Rise Against stuff because he's buddies with Chris Medlin, and Chris Medlin likes Kings of Leon. Chris Medlin's my new best friend.
So maybe there's a lateral comparison there to Kings of Leon.
What do you got there?
Well, I was just wondering if you wanted to know where to find things at Home Depot, you just find somebody in the orange apron.
Okay.
So you can find your chainsaw.
So I just say, excuse me, Joe.
Mm-hmm. If the guy's name's Joe, it might be Betty, it might be Allie. You just ask them. Here's our air trend. How far did it fly home run? Chipper Jones, first time up in the first inning. Let one go to the opposite field, and it went 353 feet. That's our air trend. How far did it fly home run? He now has 416 career homers. Passed Darrell Evans for 41st place yesterday.
And he is now 10 for 20 in his career against Zach Duke. Yeah, vote for Chipper for the All-Star game. Absolutely.
See, I think they've got those banners out there at the Chop House, and they've got them for Brian McCann, they've got them for Escobar and the other guys. Put them all up.
Right.
Put every one of them up every night.
Three balls and a strike to Chipper. Brian McCann trying to go to his fourth straight All-Star game. Midsummer Classic this year in St. Louis. And Chipper will take the walk with one out. Chipper's done a lot of that this year. Chipper coming into the game with a .446 on base percentage. That is his 33rd walk of the season. Brian McCann's been feeling good at the plate. Average at .306.
I think he's become one of the most feared hitters in the National League. Lefties, righties, doesn't matter. He has such good at bats, rarely gives away at bats.
A little low.
And how many times has he struck out?
I'd say 15.
16 times to 20 walks.
Yeah, that's ridiculously good.
That is so good for a guy who does the damage he does.
Gets under this one, center field for McCutchen. There's two away.
Braves have the 7th pick in the free agent draft tomorrow. Begins at 6 o'clock in the evening. That's kind of an odd starting time, isn't it?
I think they're doing it over a couple of days, too. They're trying to get more interest in the draft. It is difficult just because, you know, the players are relatively anonymous compared to the other sports. College basketball and college football are both such high-profile sports. I don't know that the MLB draft is ever going to really get there, but it's understandable. But Frank Grant will be looking to stockpile more good young talent to go along with the Freddie Freemans and the Jason Haywards and Tommy Hansons and guys like that.
But it'll be carried by MLB Network, right? Tomorrow. And I think it's the highest pick the Braves have in the draft since 1991 when they took Mike Kelly with the second pick in the draft.
At Arizona State. That is roped, but foul.
Oh, so quick. Swing. Garrett a little mad at himself, I think, for not keeping it fair, but he went down and got that well out in front and up to keep that one fair.
Hands stay really quiet with him.
His head stays still too. He might stride a little bit, but the head doesn't. The head stays back.
Went too far in a breaking pitch. He's down on strikes, and that's that. No runs, no hits, so walk. Braves lead 1. We'll go to the 4th. Atlanta leads 2-0. Time for the Ducks. Some of the kids from the Aflac Cancer Center at Piedmont Hospital, and I need a little help for Aflac trivia question, so I hand it over to my man Nathan, who's got it for us.
Thanks, Boog. Who is the only second baseman with a higher average over the last 5 seasons than Freddie Sanchez?
Well done by my man.
That was outstanding, Nathan.
And he's got a tough question.
Yes, he does. Boy, the Aflac folks do such wonderful things. Hope you caught some of the conversation between Jerome Jurinovich and Mr. and Mrs. Amos before the game on Braves Live about all the contributions that Aflac has made to the Aflac Cancer Center at Piedmont. Just wonderful things. And this is an annual visit to the ballpark where family and patients can all come together and enjoy a night out.
Aflac's contributed more than $47 million to the Aflac Cancer Center. And they do it around baseball, 13 different ballparks. They have baseball nights.
That's awesome. One of my favorite nights of the year. Just great. Kids loading up on hot dogs and cookies and all kinds of good stuff when they could get around me to the food.
Well, you were trying to trade out a prize bag full of all sorts of goodies for a cookie or two. And your man Josh wasn't having it.
No, I couldn't pull that deal off.
No. Two and two on Andrew McCutchen, 22-year-old from Florida. Got on top of that one and ripped it out to right center as Frank Core collects that one and a leadoff single here in the 4th. Pirates will be picking 4th in the draft. this guy, a former first-round pick in 2005.
Yeah, he's come quickly. And you're right, he got on top of that pitch nicely. First hit of the night for Pittsburgh. Kawakami got through his rough second and third innings just fine.
Morgan shows bunt, taking a strike. Remember last year, Nigel Morgan went to camp and had a battle with Nate McLouth for the center field spot, a battle that he eventually lost, but still a very good defensive outfielder.
Good breaking ball. Morgan took his stride, kept his hands back, still waited, and still missed.
McCutchen does have a stolen base already. Oh, and 2 on the left fielder.
On that Affleck question, you got anybody in mind yet?
Well, I mean, I want to go to Chase Utley, but I mean, Freddie Sanchez won the batting title hitting .344. He's hitting .311 now, so I mean, this is going to be a pretty good average we're talking about.
Yeah, I was thinking of Orlando Hudson maybe. And I'm not sure about Michael Young in Texas, if he ever hits for high average. I know he puts up good numbers, and I don't know if you can apply him at second base because he moves around on the infield some.
Yeah, he's played now second, short, and third over the course of the last however many years. Runners go, or the runner goes, and Kelly Johnson picks that one up. Throws out Nigel Morgan, and down to second goes McCutchen, one away. So it's since 2006.
Yeah, last 5 years.
2005.
Good that the Braves had Escobar covering there. If Kelly Johnson's covering, that's a base hit. And not a surprise with a left-handed hitter up there to leave the second baseman planted.
Well, here is Freddie Sanchez. Won that batting title 2006. Flied to right his first time. Strike one. Braves lead it on the Chipper Jones opposite field 2-run homer. That was in the first.
And Kenshin Kawakami doing a good job of throwing first pitch strikes tonight to try to stay ahead in the count, where he's much more successful.
Slice down the right side, fair ball to the corner. McCutchen's going to score easily. Sanchez into second, and it's an RBI double, and it's a 2-1 game.
I would say that Freddie Sanchez is a tough out for the Atlanta Braves, but he's just a flat-out tough out for everybody. Already his 20th double. Goes the other way with a pitch out away from him. And he has a kinship with Mike Gonzalez of sorts in that he and Gonzalez were traded to Pittsburgh together from Boston. They were both originally in the Red Sox organization.
So he's out there at second, RBI number 19 for the second baseman. And Adam LaRoche, dangerous hitter. Check swing, and he held up. I like your Michael Young idea. It's kind of a trick question then, though. Right?
Yeah.
I know Nathan wouldn't play that way, but Gretchen Caney would.
Oh, absolutely.
Just throwing it out there, Placido Polanco do anything for you?
Luis Castillo.
We've got it surrounded. 2-1.
I like Polanco a lot.
I was going to one of my good websites. I live in my mom's basement.com. One of the stats I dug up the other day. When Polanco swings at a strike, he makes contact 97% of the time.
That's Wade Boggs like.
I mean, that's a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. Wade Boggs in his prime had some really crazy number like that when he swung at a pitch, he put it in play in fair territory like 97% of the time.
Right. See, now you make fun of my websites, but there's some good websites out there. Fangraphs.com is the one that comes up with a lot of the defensive stuff. And
I just think of the ones that you tell people about and they search and search and can't find it, like my mom's basement.
Braves up 2-1. We're in the fourth. John and Joe with you and our Firestone leaderboard. National League doubles leaders, Miguel Tejada having a very good year. And he leads the pack, but Freddie Sanchez just picked up double number 20. And he's at number 2. This guy's number 3.
It's funny, PNC Park in Pittsburgh, I immediately think of, when I'm picturing myself sitting in the ballpark, I think of that short porch in right field. But it's a spacious ballpark.
No doubt.
To center and around to left field. It is more than fair to straightaway left and can punish you to straightaway center. So there are some extra base hits to be had there, and if you're not a left-handed pull hitter, you're not going to hit a lot of homers.
And it's another one of those things, though, Joe, is that, we could sit there and talk about that short right field porch, but for the years that we've been going in there, you ever been in there for a series where you've just seen the ball just pounded out over that right field wall? Because I haven't.
No.
So it's short, and it's got the high wall, but it doesn't seem like you see it taken advantage of very frequently.
I agree with that.
Great stop, Brian McCann. That one in the dirt, and Freddie Sanchez very easily could have gotten down to third, and Brian with perfect technique.
That was just awesome. They went out and talked about this pitch, but obviously that's not exactly what Brian had in mind, about a 57-footer. Great stop. That's a hard one to keep in front of you, too.
Big time. So now it's Andy LaRoche. Heater 91, but it misses for ball 1. Andy grounded to short his first time.
What a crazy game in San Diego last night, huh?
Wow.
18 innings.
Josh Wilson had to end up pitching.
Yeah, the shortstop.
And gave up the winning home run to Mark Reynolds. Did the Padres get a hit in extra innings?
No.
Yeah.
No, they did not. And to me, the crazy thing was David Eckstein pinch hitting with 2 out in the 9th. Little David Eckstein and hitting a 3-run homer to tie it, to send it to extra innings. And then they went hitless. Diamondbacks, by the way, little baseball news on the transaction wire. The Cardinals placed Blaine Boyer on the designated for assignment list a few days ago. Not sure what day, and the Diamondbacks today claimed him.
Wow. Climbed the ladder, got him swinging, and there's 2 away. Good job of pitching right there. That is strikeout number 3 for Kenshin Kawakami.
That sets off the Gas South Pyrotechnics out in right field, too, and he chased a bad ball, didn't he? Thank you very much.
By the way, just looking from 06 to 08 in the National League, PNC Park has played as the toughest home run hitters park in the National League, along with San Francisco.
No kidding.
Yep.
Wow. There are some real similarities to those two parks, too, in the way they're set up. This kid Moss, a good-looking player that came from Boston. I mean, the Pirates had players coming from all different directions when Manny Ramirez got traded last year, and everybody was crisscrossing the country in that deal.
Yeah, 3-way deal. Bay goes to the Red Sox. Manny goes to L.A. LaRoche goes from L.A. to Pittsburgh, and Moss and Hansen go from Boston to Pittsburgh.
But with all due respect to Brandon Moss, I'm not sure they expected him to be their everyday right fielder, more like a fourth guy.
Pirates leave a couple to pick up a run. Braves still lead. And the Braves leading this one 2-1. All right, so our Aflac trivia question. Once again, it's since 2005. Who's the only second baseman with a higher average than Freddie Sanchez?
I like Polanco. I like your choice there.
Up the middle, and Jeff Francoeur is aboard. He's 1 out of 2. All right, you ready for our answer? Mm-hmm. All right, we hand it over to Holly, who's got the answer. Holly, take it away.
The answer is Placido Polanco.
Yes, Holly, well done.
She had already told me earlier
She did?
Yeah, I went to get her some potato chips, and she told me.
You know, and I got to talk to Holly, too, and she didn't tell me.
I told her to keep it a secret.
Man. Good job, Holly.
Excellent. Good start to the inning. Good swing by Francoeur right back through the middle. Maybe the Braves can get that run back and a little bit more. These right-handed hitters, Zach Duke throws hard enough, 88, 89, but it's not like they have to really concern themselves with anything 93, 94. They can fight off that fastball if they fall behind in the count in an effort to cover the outer half of the plate.
This could be two. There's one, and that's turned easily. 6-4-3, and 2 down.
But to give you an idea of how consistent Zach Duke has been all season long, he's allowed 2 earned runs or less in 8 of his 11 starts. That's mighty impressive. And a lot of credit being given to Joe Kerrigan, his new pitching coach this year.
Joe Kerrigan, a guy who is known to come armed with the information.
He's done a good job up and down his career. Got an opportunity to manage a little bit too. Talking to Nate McLouth about John Russell, the manager of the Pirates, and asking him about how the players felt about him, and he said everybody likes him. There's John in the specs behind Joe Kerrigan.
Kelly going the opposite way.
Russell's one of those quiet leader types, but a very formidable guy. If you don't believe him or don't want to do it his way, he can certainly back it up. And had a tremendous run in the minor leagues as a manager.
So Kelly gets a single. It'll clear the pitcher spot. And Kawakami up here. That one knocked down by Duke. Pitching hit it hard. No runs, couple of hits. Braves lead 1, end of 4. 2-1 Braves. brought to you in part by Geico, by Verizon Wireless, by McDonald's, by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and by Blimpie. Back here, Turner Field. Oh, get dizzy. Sun setting and it is a gorgeous night. This is the place to be.
Yeah.
That's a cool shot.
And a lot of great ticket deals out there for you, too, from the Braves. Just go to atlantabraves.com/tickets. Find what fits you. And still 3 nights left on this. 2 nights left and 1 day game left in this homestand.
I mean, a lot of good stuff available between the bases, lower level, upper level. I mean, they got deals that include everything.
Well, there's that deal, too, where you can buy 2 lower level tickets for like $50 and then also get a chance to go down on the field and play catch.
I think there's only 100 of those, right?
Yeah. I don't know if they've sold out of those or not. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough.
Jaramillo flied to left his first time. Switch hitter batting left. Father and son. Got Father's Day coming up on the 21st. You were trying to make it a number of dates yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, I was. I was trying to mix it in there several different days. What confused me was I was thinking that coming on the field and playing catch was going to be on Father's Day, and it's not because the team's out of town.
Right.
That's what had thrown me.
Got him looking. Jaramillo didn't like the call. Strikeout number 4 for KK.
Or in the case for Kawakami, it's KKKK right now.
On Thursday, June 11th, the first 15,000 fans will get a Braves 1980 retro cap presented by Napa, just like the Dale Murphy cap, or the cap Murph wore. You get the idea. For the best price on single game tickets, Braves.com/tickets, 800-745-3000. Jack Wilson here. He's been hot last 6, hitting .429. Been bothered by a bad shoulder a little bit.
He had a finger issue when we were in Pittsburgh that eventually put him on the disabled list, too.
He's in the last year of a 3-year deal. There's an option for next season for $8.4 million. My guess is they won't pick that up.
I'm guessing they won't either. But he is a good fielding shortstop and doesn't hurt you offensively, hitting .270. Knows how to play the game, good base runner. He needs to be, if he leaves, he would be ideal on a team that doesn't need a lot of offense,
right?
But needs to fortify their team up the middle a little bit.
But they're going to look even more different next year. Kawakami continues to get ahead. Got right in on the thumbs. Did that actually get in the dugout? I think it did.
Right in that opening.
And it got Niger Morgan. Craig Monroe. Curveball popped up, foul down the left side, but Chipper will run out of room.
Pirates were already having a little trouble. No, not a little trouble. They were already having trouble drawing fans. The newness of PNC Park has worn off, and now they've got to put a good product on the field. They're only averaging 16,000 per date, 16,005. And as you said, they haven't had a winning season since '92.
Wilson down on strikes, and that's 5 punch outs.
Sparks are flying. And the right arm of home plate umpire Brian Knight Being fired up, that's 5 strikeouts.
Time now for a money and energy-saving bright idea from Georgia Power. Change the air filters in your heating and cooling system regularly. Go to GeorgiaPower.com for more energy-saving tips. Georgia Power, a Southern company.
Laser Baker from Conyers. Dave from Conyers. How often should you change those air filters? Once a month, he says.
Fly ball left field. Garrett Anderson makes the grab. Bill Cochran saying change it once every 3 months. That's what I've always been told.
I'm just thinking that once a year thing I've been doing is not really a good idea.
Being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price every day. Braves lead at 2-1. Chipper Jones, a first inning 2-run homer. That was the opposite way. And that is where we are.
Top of the order again, though. Maybe they can get it going like they did yesterday.
McLouth, Escobar, and Jones. So Bobby Cox going with Nate McLouth in the leadoff spot for the second straight game.
That double he hit yesterday to drive in the tying run, he said it made him feel like part of the team now. Clutch hit.
High fly ball center field. Well hit. McCutchen back out of here. And now he really feels like a part of the team. Nate McLouth, number 10, first as a Brave, and he does it against his former team. 3-1.
Sanchez and Wilson both standing out by second base with their hands on their hips, staring at McLouth. Adam LaRoche also with his hands on his hips. Perhaps an expression of disgust. Great extension. There's that strong bottom hand getting the swing started. And virtually straight away center field.
He was shouting at it. Stay in, ball.
Again, you talked about it. He hasn't given up hardly any home runs in the last 16 starts. Just 4 this season, now 5. And make it 6. I forgot about Chippers. But that's just rubbing salt in it right there for the Pirates.
Two balls and a strike to Unell. High in the air, left field. Morgan shy of the track. And there's one away. Chipper up to hit Nate McLeod. Last season, 26 home runs. He hit 17 of those 26 in the leadoff spot.
Well, he certainly will have bragging rights, not only with Zach Duke, but with his team.
Chipper the other way.
Chipper Jones has reached base in 41 of the 47 games he's played this year. You're talking about his on-base percentage. That's pretty strong. He hit his home run to right field in the first inning. Goes the other way here for a single. And he and a business partner talking it over at first base. He and Adam LaRoche have gone in as partners on a property for hunting purposes, I think on the Oklahoma and Kansas border.
And they have some stuff they put out, some hunting gear, right? What's the name of the company?
Something
Buck Commander?
Buck Commander, that's it, yeah.
Okay.
Here's a little glimpse of what I was talking about with the middle infielders. As Nate's rounding second, there's Sanchez. There's Wilson. And they're just kind of staring off into space. And they were doing so for a long time. I think the Buck Commander thing with Chipper and LaRoche is going to be some DVDs or some like hunting trips.
Strike one at a curve to Brian McCann. Driven well, right field, way back, forget it. And that one is out of here. Brian McCann feeling good. Number 6. And he can hear St. Louis calling, as in his 4th trip to the All-Star game.
I don't know about you, but I can hear that baseball screaming, ow! Because it was smoked. Almost made it to the terrace level in straightaway right.
Chip.
Fastball, outer half, maybe the outer third of the plate. Jack City, and even Brendan Moss didn't bother moving on this one, the right fielder. Boy, did he get turned on that pitch. Wow. Hips just exploded through it.
Looks like that hit the last row out there. Laser Baker better get on that.
They're getting kind of backed up on him. That's 2 this inning.
Yep.
Nice to see the guys with some laughs going on in the dugout. Mm-hmm.
Two and two to Garrett Anderson.
The truck reminding us, Andy Pollock specifically, that since Chipper had to come out of the game Saturday night, he is 6 for 6 since then, with 3 homers and a triple.
Braves came into the game tied for 12th in the league in home runs. And here tonight with 3 of them.
And again, this guy's been a hot pitcher. He'd only given up 4 home runs all season. They wore him out in Pittsburgh on April 19th. 12 hits, 6 runs in 6 innings. And tonight, 5 runs, 3 homers.
Look at that. 3 today, 4 in his previous 112 and 2/3 innings. And a little number up along first. Oh, that's nicely done, both by LaRoche and Duke. LaRoche using the glove and Duke using the bare hand.
We've always teased Adam about not having much foot speed, but there's never any question about his glove work, footwork around the bag, ability to save infielders' errors, or his throwing arm. Remember, he did a lot of pitching in junior college before signing, and there was some question as to whether or not he would be a hitter or a pitcher coming out of junior college.
Yeah, I think more teams liked him as a pitcher than as a hitter, and he just was not interested in pitching. So coming out of Seminole Junior College, he basically made it clear, and the Braves said, okay, we'll take you as a hitter. His dad, who pitched in the majors, I think around 14 years. Dave LaRoche. What was the pitch? Lalab?
Lalab. Never threw it to Eddie Yost. Their careers didn't cross over. We had a little conversation between innings here earlier tonight. Laser Baker handed Boog a note on some walks, and I said, you're going to talk about Eddie Yost, and there was just a blank look.
I think I may have even said, zoinks?
Yeah.
But I'm going to throw Dave Baker under the buggy, too, because he had no idea who he was either. Three and one now to Martin Prados, 1 out of 2. Casey Kochman, by the way, took batting practice for the first time since injuring his shin. Took that today. Took it on the field for the first time. High in the air, left field. Morgan going back. He's got room, and he makes the grab. But the Braves do plenty of damage. Nate McLouth, a solo homer, his first round tripper as a member of the Braves. And Brian McCann getting all over one. The Braves tack on 3. It's 5-1. Time for our Lincoln player profile. And who else but Chipper Jones? Look at last 10 games. 467, slugging a robust 914. And with those 2 homers yesterday, passed Darrell Evans, the 41st on the all-time home run list.
Next guy up on the list is Billy Williams, who has 426 homers. Sweet swinging Billy Williams, who knew Eddie Yost real well. I was teasing these guys because those of you at home who had heard of Eddie Yost, he had a very unusual nickname. He was called the Walking Man because he walked a lot.
Laced down into right center field. This kid can really fly. Francoeur over to get it. McCutchen around second, on his way to third. And he's got a triple. Wow, can he run?
No denying that, but I tell you what I've enjoyed seeing tonight is how he goes the other way. A couple of high fastballs, and he's taken them both to right center, and this one found the gap, and watch this. Did first in stride and second in stride, and no shot to get him at third base.
I mean, that's got to be the fastest we've seen anybody go home to third the entire year by a lot.
By a lot.
Lifted in the air from McClough, and that should be deep enough. It is. McCutchen will tag, and he'll come in to score. It's a 5-2 game. Nyjer Morgan does the job. Sacrifice fly is 21st RBI.
Then in the truck, they timed McCutchen going home to third, and what was it, Andy? 11 seconds flat. That is speed to burn.
What do you think Brian McCann was in his triple last year?
Something a little bit off of that. But you know what? But you know what? It had the same result no matter how long it took.
It's a good point.
Brian to get there compared to McCutchen.
So 1 out, nobody aboard here in the top of the 6th. Kawakami's had himself a good night, and he's gotten some run support for a change. Worst run support in the majors coming into this evening, a little over 2 runs a game. And the Braves have busted out 5 runs on 8 hits. And he's only given up 3 himself while striking out 5.
I think we all had some suspicions about how good was he going to be in his first 5 starts when he had a 6.41 ERA. But his last 5, very good. And again, if with a little run support, that 1-2 record would be a lot different.
Freddie Sanchez, look at this, trying for 3, and he's going to make it. And that really shouldn't happen.
No, not to left center. Breaking ball, not a bad one either, but he goes down and gets it. McClough is way over in right center, so this is Garrett Anderson's got to get over there and get this one in. Got to it and just fine, but Freddie Sanchez able to stretch it into a triple.
That's his 3rd triple of the year. His 22nd multi-hit game of the year. That's tied for 2nd in the National League. Roger McDowell out there, Brian Knight, joining the conversation. Hey, while we have a moment, want to thank all the fans for joining us on the Facebook chat earlier today.
That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a good time with that. And again, Fox Sports South, that's our Facebook group. You got people posting throughout the game.
Yeah, our next milestone is like 10,000 members. We're already at like 9,700, I think. It's amazing in 1 month.
98,116 is where we are.
Jeff Bennett begins to loosen up in the Atlanta bullpen. As does Eric O'Flaherty.
High fly ball, and Garrett Anderson makes the grab. Freddie Sanchez will tag and score. And it's a 5-3 game.
Yeah, they're right back in the ball game thanks to 2 triples and 2 sacrifice flies. #25th RBI of the year for Adam.
Gary Bartshow, one of their coaches, giving him the fist bump. Here's Andy LaRoche.
Longest outing of the year for Kawakami was that brilliant game he pitched against Toronto on May 22nd. He went 8 innings, 3-hit shutout ball.
Out front of the plate, Kawakami will handle. Sidearm throw, and handled nicely at first by Martin Prado. And that's the inning. But the Pirates get a couple back. 5-3, Braves lead it. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th.
Train. This occurred in the first inning. Braves guessed right. Niger Morgan was running. Braves pitch out. Perfect throw by Brian McCann, and they nailed him at second base to end the inning. 7th time this year Morgan had been caught stealing. Coors Light Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Brian and David Ross done a good job behind the plate in that department.
Well, the Pirates did a good job of getting Zach Duke right back in the ball game. So his job is to try to hold the Braves, and they've had some good swings at him again tonight.
He's been a little more efficient than Kawakami. He's at 73 pitches. Grounded to second. Kelly Johnson retired 1 away. And it looks like Kawakami is not going to hit. And instead, it'll be Matt Diaz.
You saw Bennett and O'Flaherty up, but this is kind of the type of game where we've seen Bobby use Moylan, Soriano, Gonzalez in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, respectively. And it sets up well for that tonight. We'll see who comes in the 7th.
Matt Diaz 5 for 13 in his career against Zach Duke, and chases that pitch.
Good line for Kawakami. Just gave up 4 hits, and 2 of the 3 runs he allowed came in the top half of the inning here on those 2 triples. Just 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Another good outing, and will go in the books as a quality start.
I thought he pitched well.
I did too. I like the fact that he used his fastball more tonight, very much like he did in that game against Toronto.
3 strikes with it. Matt a little bit late. Sounded like he broke his bat, and this could be trouble. And it's a fair ball. Diaz heading for second. Here's the throw, and Matt overslides the base. Now they drop the ball, and now they tag him out.
That's long been my philosophy. Just run till they tag you. What a brilliant play by Freddie Sanchez. I'm not sure what happened to him, but he's kind of crouched down at second base like he's hurt. Sanchez went out into the right field down the line, and here Matty had touched second but overran the bag, and then Wilson dropped the ball in the tag and had to tag him again and couldn't hang on to the base.
I didn't hear, but I'm pretty sure they should give him credit for a double. Let's check out Freddie Sanchez.
Look at that. Wow. Play. He looks okay there. You know what? I'm with you, Boog. It ought to be a double. That should be a double. He made it into second base safe and was tagged out after he overslid the base. Kind of grabbing at his rib cage here after he threw off balance and really twisted his upper body. He's going to stay in the game. That ought to be a double for what it's worth.
Now, I know when you overslide the base for a stolen base, you don't get credit for a stolen base, right? When they tag you, it's not a stolen base. You have to take possession of the base. Mm-hmm. The reason why I would say it's a double is because he started towards third. He touched second, and he started towards third. Mm-hmm. So that's why I would say it's got to be a double. Yeah,
he got tagged the first time and the second time trying to advance to third base. Good point. Pirates could ill afford to lose Freddie Sanchez for any length of time, so they've got to hope he's all right.
Time for our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard, and we've been telling you what a great percentage base stealer Nate McLouth is. Perfect 8 for 8 this year, but 92.6%. That is something else.
I was talking to some folks from the Pirates today about Nate and that stolen base percentage, and one of the things they've been encouraging him to do, was to take more chances and to run more often.
Nice. Liner the other way and a base hit.
Fans in Pittsburgh with every swing just cringe.
Yeah, absolutely. I did ask him because I had read about it the other day, and not that high school is the best barometer. He goes with that pitch nicely, but in high school, Nate McLouth was 180 for 181 in stolen base attempts.
Amazing.
2 down, man at first, and they'll go over there. McLouth did not have a big lead.
Going to have to guess right here with Zach Duke, who's got a decent move.
He's going. And he's safe again.
And the Pirate fans in Pittsburgh throwing another brick at the TV. Good jump, real calm stance before he crossed over. Throw just a little bit to the third base side of the bag, and that was the difference.
Yeah, think to the second base side. That would have been an interesting play. Has not been caught this year. In his career, he's been caught by a catcher once. Just keep beating that one into the ground. It is what it is.
It's one worth repeating.
That trainer of the Marlins did it last year. Matt now with the Tigers. Unell coming in, hitting 400 with men in scoring position. And he had the key hit yesterday. Up the middle, and a base hit. McLouth around third. And McCutcheon's throw cut off. Unell is out at first. And the run will score. Braves tack one on. Unell got a little too far off the base right there.
Love the hitting. Not too crazy about the base running again.
Three, the home run ball's been a factor last couple of days. Jones, McLouth, and McCann have gone yard, and Kenshin Kawakami is in line for the win. It would be his fourth. AT&T called to the bullpen, and the right-hander, Peter Moylan.
And as suspected, looks like a 7th, 8th, and 9th of perhaps Moylan, Soriano, and Gonzalez if everything works out right. Peter's ERA down in the 4s now. Just a 237 average against him. No runs allowed in his last 4 outings, and just 1 in ages.
Moss, Jaramillo, and Wilson. And Peter will take that one and throw out Moss on 1 pitch. Peter Moylan, for about a 3-week stretch, maybe even a month, was going with the slide step. It really was bothering him, especially in his breaking pitch. So now he's back to lifting the leg and just trying to keep the runner close.
That, and I think the mechanics he's figured out on his breaking ball to right-handed hitters. It's become a real devastating pitch for him again. His release point so much better on it.
I may have said Jaramillo was up. It was Moss. This is Jaramillo, as the graphic tells you.
I had a problem with that the other night. It's okay. It happens to everybody.
Speaking of the other night, when you were working with Chip, I know you guys were talking about Peter Moylan. You see Tom Gorzolani warming up in the bullpen for the Bucks, and talking about being used in back-to-back games. And it's one of the reasons why I like numbers, because I think your eyes can lie to you when you try and eyeball results. And Chip had Hal Galima look up what he is working back-to-back games, and he's got a sub-2 ERA.
Yeah, it's a microscopic thing.
Which surprised me.
It did shock me, too.
But I guess a good example of why you got to look.
Sometimes when you, especially when you pull for a guy like we all pull for Peter and hope he does well, like we pull for all the Braves, but a guy who has worked hard to come back and is so far ahead of schedule from most elbow surgeries, I think your initial thought is, gosh, don't overdo it, Peter. Mm-hmm. Don't overthrow. You know, the team needs you and don't want you to run into any elbow problems again this year. And I think that's maybe what stirs some of that thought, like you're saying with your eyes, that just don't want him to overdo it early in the season.
Broken bat, chipper to the line, off balance, and the throw offline. And they'll go base hit on that one.
I don't think that's a hit. I think that was a mistake on Chipper's part of remembering who was running, and the catcher's running. It was, you could applaud the fact that he caught that ball by trying to get in front of it instead of playing it off the side and risking a bad hop by backhanding it and being able to get more on the throw. But I think he had time to plant and throw and still get him.
I agree. One out, man aboard, 6-3, Braves leading. And a fair ball slashed down towards the right field corner. Francoeur will pick it up, throw to second, and Escobar takes that one in as Wilson slides in safely, and the Pirates have runners at second and third.
This one was right down the line and just out of the reach of Martin Prado. Everybody was trying to get in the way of it and couldn't. Ball boy even had to pick up his chair and jump out of the way, carry him back to Francoeur, who made an attempt to get Wilson at second base, but Jack runs pretty well.
Eric Hinsky, the veteran, will hit. 6-3 Braves. But Hinsky represents the tying run. He's got good power. Played for the American League champion Tampa Bay Rays last year.
Did good work for them at times off the bench. Dangerous hitter, too, if you make a mistake. Braves would trade a run for an out here.
Braves and Pirates back at it tomorrow night. It'll be Derek Lowe and Ross Ohlendorf on Peachtree TV. So you'll be working with Chip tomorrow night.
I'm going to have to do some homework on Mr. Ohlendorf. Don't know much about him.
Smart guy. Went to Princeton. I think he wrote his senior thesis on getting value out of the Major League Baseball draft.
Maybe he'll be in their war room tomorrow. Well, if he played for Scott Bradley there, then he got some good coaching in college at Princeton. Scott Bradley, the former Major League catcher, has done a good job with that Ivy League program. And there's a young man out in Cobb County at Lassiter High School who's going to go over there to pitch for Princeton next year, Kevin Link. Terrific looking right-handed pitcher.
Jaramillo's at third, Wilson's at second. There's one out, count 2-2 on Hinsky. Big guy right here at the plate. Moylan ready. And a liner into center field. That's a base hit. They're going to send Wilson. McLouth's throw to the plate. And the relay. Not in time. Wilson is safe. 2 runs score, and it's a 1-run game.
Jaramillo froze because he wasn't sure if McLouth might have a chance to catch that ball, and Wilson was running right up his back. What I want to see here is how far offline that throw was for McLouth that caused Prado to cut it. Oh boy, a sinker that came right back, tail right back out over the middle of the plate, and Hinsky comes through again. There you saw Jaramillo freezing. Here's Martin. That throw looked on line. Perhaps a problem if it was going to hit the back of the mound. But what a slide by Wilson if he got the plate. Amazing.
Fly ball right field, pretty well hit. Francoeur diving, and it's off his glove. Hinsky racing. He's on his way to the plate. Hinsky will score another triple for Andrew McCutchen, and it's 6-6.
He goes the other way again. He apparently likes the ball out away from him. That's the third time tonight he's done that. That goes off the end of Jeff's glove. And anytime an outfielder dives and doesn't get a ball that McCutchen hits, it's going to be 3 bases at least.
Second straight 3-hit game for the rookie Andrew McCutchen. Pitching change here at Turner Field. on Sports South are brought to you in part by Georgia Power, by the Home Depot, by KFC, and by AT&T. Back in Turner Field, tied at 6. We're at the top of the 7th. Tough outing for Peter Moylan, and just getting the ball up and right in the middle of the hitting zone.
Especially that pitch to Hinsky after they had the count in their favor against him, and he was able to rip that one to center field.
Andrew McCutcheon, good looking player.
I guess so. He represents the go-ahead run with only 1 out.
Broken bat, and Prado will take it himself. Beats Morgan to the base.
Tough play for Martin with the bat flying at him too.
Chipper Jones in this one has hit a 2-run homer. He's also singled and walked.
Bobby's got Jeff Bennett working in the bullpen. And there's a case where you want the out, you got to hustle to first, but you got to keep an eye on that blazing fast runner at third too.
AT&T call to the bullpen. Jeff Bennett coming in. Bennett takes over. Let's go back to that play at the plate. Jack Wilson running. Another angle here. Prado cuts this throw off.
And then he short hopped McCann, and there's the hand just getting the back point of the plate by Wilson. And the throw was tailing a little bit toward the back side of the mound. And as a first baseman, if that ball looks even, you might think it's going to hit the mound. You got to cut it because it can bounce anywhere. But Martin's throw short hop Brian.
Joe, he's dead if that's on the money. I mean, if that's a strike where Brian doesn't have to go out and get it.
Yeah, from Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it right there.
I agree.
You know what happens. I mean, you get a little rushed. You get a little excited.
Well, I watched Martin's reaction after he was called safe, and he was very, very upset with himself. Not because he cut it. That appeared to be the right thing to do.
So a 6-6 game, and the numbers for Jeff Bennett. Walks can be an issue at times. He's been inconsistent despite a 2.81 ERA. Doesn't really tell the whole story. There have been times when he's been very good. Got that two-seam fastball that runs away from lefties and into righties. But sometimes it moves too much and he walks people, and then there are other times he leaves it up over the middle of the plate.
Boy, Sanchez really barking at Brian Knight. Crucial stage of the ball game, and he wanted to make sure he got it right and didn't think he did. Sanchez hitting .256 with runners in scoring position. Did you see how far he was hanging out over the plate on that one?
Tracking the pitch.
Almost inviting Jeff to pitch him inside. Open stance, but he really starts leaning and diving back in.
I remember we used to talk about it when they had Xavier Nady. He started open and had such good power to right field. And if you pitch him away, you're kind of working to his strength because his foot is moving in that direction.
He was kind of inviting you to pitch him away.
Freddie's tough, though, because the bat is so quick that even though the stance is open and the first move is in to close off and in towards the plate, he's still quick enough to pull.
He can, and that's his hands working. And apparently whatever injury he suffered on that play running down the right field line, it's not bothering him on his swing because he's cutting it loose.
3-2 now. McCutchen at third. Right field, Francoeur is there. He's got it. And that's the inning. But the Pirates get 3 back, and we're starting over. 6-6, and it's time to stretch. Rays have out hit the Pirates 11-8. Error-free baseball so far. And how about another star pitching performance sequence brought to you by Texaco and Kenshin Kawakami. First 5 starts a little shaky, but the last 5 and now last 6 have been good.
He was good enough to win tonight. Gave up only 3 runs in 6 innings and struck out 5 that you've just seen. But bullpen couldn't hold it. Peter Moylan came in, and after that, what was ruled a base hit, ground ball to Chipper, got things going in the 7th inning. That led to 3 runs, and the Pirates have tied it up. And Tom Gorzolani will come on and pitch for Pittsburgh now.
AT call to the bullpen. And the numbers on Gorzolani, we've seen him mainly as a starter in his big league career.
Yeah, he's been scored on in his last 3 of his last 5 appearances, too. 5 earned runs in his last 5 games, last 5 innings. Their bullpen ERA 13th in the league.
Chipper, then McCann, and then Garrett Anderson against this lefty.
Chipper's beginning to like that ball out away from him and take it the other way. He's 4 for 8 in his career against Gorzelani. Double. Up to 338.
Wow. I checked. He is leading all Major League third basemen in on-base plus slugging. Wilson onto the grass. Flat-footed. Throws him out. Man, he makes that look easy. Time now for our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot. And the Braves hit the jackpot and a couple of homers in the 5th.
Yeah, got off to a great start with the first homer by Nate McLouth as an Atlanta Brave. And then after a Chipper Jones single, a Brian McCann launch deep into the right field seats. Things were rolling then. And have to get it rolling again.
Tom Gorzelani last year to tough season, 6-9, 6.66 ERA and 21 starts, but the year before was very good, and they sent him out in spring training pretty early, and I think a good number of people were surprised. It kind of made a statement. He wasn't pitching well, thought he was a little out of shape.
Was he one of those high draft choices we were talking about early?
He was not. Well, he was a second-round pick, I should say. I have those in front of me. Here's some of the guys that they picked in the first round, if you want to go back to, say, 99. They had Bobby Bradley, a kid who they had 8th overall, didn't pitch in the big leagues. The next year, Sean Burnett, who really didn't do much, was their first-round pick. Broken bat roller. And LaRoche actually had the bat clip his foot. McCann is retired. So after Burnett, then you have John Van Benschoten, who was the 8th overall pick in 01. And, I mean, he did pretty much nothing. And then they took Brian Bullington, 1st overall in 2002. I'm going to go back and look. I think B.J. Upton was the consensus #1, and they went Bullington, who was a pitcher out of Ball State, who was kind of the cost-effective alternative.
And I think he got hurt.
And a base hit to center field. So, I mean, that stretch right there, 02, 01, 2000, 99, where they had 1st, 8th, 19th, and 8th. I mean, even if you go back to 97, J.J. Davis was the 8th overall pick.
I think only one of those guys is in the big leagues right now, and that's Sean Burnett, who had pretty much disappeared from off their radar screen, but has made it back to the big leagues this year and has pitched well for them out of the bullpen.
Paul Maholm was their first-round pick in 2003.
That's worked out well.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the gist of it is that with a lot of early draft picks and a lot of pitchers taken, they have not had any luck.
Joe Kerrigan's going to go out to the mound.
That was quick, too, after falling behind 1-0. Maybe to buy time for Steven Jackson, who begins to warm up in their pen.
Yeah, 2002, B.J. Upton was 2nd overall. Zach Greinke 6th, Prince Fielder 7th. Of course, that's the draft where the Braves got their hands on Jeff Francoeur at 23rd overall. Brian McCann in the 2nd round.
Well, there's 2 outs here, and I don't want to get into it this half inning unless a rally starts. But we need to talk about that draft that you had written down there from 05.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Andrew McCutchen is part of that draft class. We'll try to fit that in at some point. He's had a big night. 3 hits, including a pair of triples. And an RBI. Ball and a strike to Francoeur. 6-6 game. We're in the 7th.
There were many people in the Pirate camp that thought they should have broken camp out of spring training with Andrew McCutchen. But there was that concern about him being a Super 2 player at some point. Arbitration, free agency, all playing a part in him not being here until now.
Yeah, the clock starts ticking on him getting more expensive immediately. Tied at 6, we go to the 8th.
That's where everything slowed down.
Hammered into deep right center field. We said he was money. He's money up.
Looking forward to that. Spotlight Brian McCann, 10 Eastern. On Saturday as we go to the 8th, it's a 6-6 game. AT call to the bullpen, and Mike Gonzalez is on here.
Here's one of those situations where Bobby's flip-flopping Soriano and Gonzalez because of the matchups. You got Adam LaRoche leading off the inning. And then after Andy LaRoche, you have Brandon Moss due up.
So Mike, the former Pirate. Adam in this one 0 for 1.
He's 0 for 4 against the guy he was traded for.
Mike Gonzalez. Big time strikeout guy. He's one of the leaders in strikeouts per 9. He's really got that back and forth swaying thing going tonight, and he gets a strikeout to start the 8th.
I thought he was a little rusty yesterday. He hadn't pitched in about 4 days and struggled. Walked the first guy, then got a double play to get out of some trouble in a 1-run game, then hit a batter, but was able to get out of it. Tonight, he comes back strong and strikes out the first guy he faces.
Nasty pitch right there. Peel to first. Danny DeMute says, nope, didn't go.
Well, if he had gone, it would have just sawed off his bat.
And a Base hit out there into right center field. Andy LaRoche with his first hit. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing with Andy LaRoche when Pedro Alvarez gets here. Not thought of as a great defensive player, but neither guy is. Neither Andy nor Pedro Alvarez. Alvarez can really hit, left-handed hitter, so we'll see. He's in A ball right now, I believe, Alvarez.
Well, if they do deal Adam LaRoche, that's going to open up a spot at first base for somebody if you get crowded at the corner.
Good point.
Brandon Moss has never faced Mike Gonzalez before.
So a man aboard. We're in the 8th. The 6-6 game, back and forth affair. Braves led 2-0. Led 5-1. Led 6-3, but the Pirates just won't go away.
Fourth in the league in batting average. You mentioned tied for 8th, which is right in the middle of the pack in the league in runs per game. And with the added speed of McCutchen, you see a lot of extra base hits.
They go to second for 1, but the return to first is not in time. So they get the lead runner.
I like the fact that Kelly went ahead and turned it, though, even though there was chances. The chances were slim of getting a double play. He made the attempt anyway.
Folks, check out the Braves Clubhouse collection. Lady Braves apparel, necklaces from Alyssa Milano. For more details, order the Braves catalog, 800-433-BRAVES. Or stop by the Braves Clubhouse store at CNN Center. Remember, we outfit the Braves. We can outfit you.
Including the ladies. And that's some pretty stuff, that Alyssa Milano stuff. You checked it out?
I haven't, actually. Is it?
Uh-huh. We always talk about outfitting the guys. We're always, showing jerseys and T-shirts and stuff like that. But you gals need to check it out. There you go. I love the hat.
Yeah, the hat's kind of a different look, light blue. I like his shirt.
You having fun?
I got my Affleck duck here. 0-2 on Jaramillo. Wouldn't chase.
There was a guy whose picture's in this booth who would have had great pleasure with that tonight.
Oh my gosh.
We would have been hearing that duck all night, and he would have giggled all night.
And that's why I loved him. 1-2. Way high. It's my duck.
Yes, it is. Good waste pitch there. See if Jaramillo would go upstairs and go after it. Now how about that slider?
And McCann hang on. No, he didn't.
I think it might have taken a chunk out of him, too.
Ooh. Two and two. Moss at first. Grabbed by Kelly. That's the inning. Hit it hard, but Johnson able to snare it. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 6 apiece. And a good one here at Turner Field, back and forth affair. In our McDonald's game summary, Andrew McCutcheon, a couple of triples, 3 hits. And Nate McLeod got into one deep, first homer as a Brave, and he's got 3 hits tonight. So both of the center fielders playing a big part in this one. And the outcome to be determined. And John Russell replacing one lefty with another.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, but this guy's been lights out. John Graybo has not been scored upon in his last 10 outings. Matt Capps is their closer, but Graybo used a lot to set him up.
Prado 1 out of 3. And the average up to 271. Just was not sure whether he wanted to pull the trigger, so the swing was kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, the indecision will kill you every time, and this is one of those. He didn't want to give up on it, didn't want to swing at it, and was caught in between. Maybe Kelly can find a gap.
High in the air left field, and McCutcheon cuts in front of Niger Morgan. This will be Greg Norton coming up to hit. We're in the 8th, and with 2 down and the bases clear, the Braves and the Pirates are knotted at 6 apiece.
Little life returning to Greg's bat, Boog, after battling the flu for about a week.
He's had a tough go of it, though, as a pinch hitter. Bounces that one off the pitcher's mitt. Wilson on the bare hand. In time.
What a play. What an unbelievable play. And threw that from a real odd position.
Graybo gets him on 7 pitches and gets some help from the D. Jack Wilson, gorgeous.
Ready for Braves Live after the contest. Ron Gant will be joining me, also Jerome with his clubhouse report. We'll talk about Kawakami's fine start tonight, Nate McLeod with a big hit, and we'll see what develops as the game winds down to an end. And to bring you the call, let's get you back upstairs to Boog and Joe. Guys?
All right, Fred, thanks very much. The Dodge Braves Live coming up. Rafael Soriano coming in our AT call to the bullpen. take a look at that great play that Jack Wilson made to end the bottom of the 8th. Our Wendy's way better play on the bare hand. And I mean, look at him flying towards the third baseline.
He was off the ground, I think, when he was letting that ball go. Awesome play.
I mean, when you talk about highlight reel plays over the past 6 years at shortstop, I mean, he's got to be up there with anyone. You know, I'm not saying that makes him the best fielder, but he turns in some brilliant defensive plays. And laces that one to left, and a single to start the 9th.
Well, let's talk about Jay Bell. I mean, Jay Bell was one of those guys for the Pirates for so many years, and later on with the Diamondbacks, that he wasn't spectacular, but you'd always see him making some great plays and some unorthodox plays. And I think Wilson's a lot like that because his throwing motion is kind of mechanical, but he makes good, accurate throws.
It's like Delwyn Young is going to hit. AT&T call to the bullpen, and Rafael Soriano, that microscopic ERA 1.09, 33-9, the strikeouts to walks in just under 25 innings.
He blew a save and gave up a run against the Mets back on May 13th. Hasn't given up a run since.
Fly ball right field. Francoeur has it. I'm surprised they weren't bunting in that spot. I'm not saying with Young, but trying to bunt there.
I am, but I'm always, I go back to the simple basics.
Well, but I mean, you and I.
He's the guy that you're putting him up there, or if not Delwyn Young, then somebody else who can bunt.
Yeah, I mean, you and I go back and forth on that one and have a tendency to look at it a little bit differently. But when we're in the 8th inning, the game's tied. 1 run is the way you play.
Yes, it is. That's what's called for there.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit.
Somebody might have missed a sign. John Russell scratching his head. I don't know if that's an indication of his frustration or not.
Here's McCutcheon. They've had a difficult time with this kid tonight. 22 years old. And he's got 3 hits, including a pair of triples.
And everything's been out away from him. Driving the ball to right center, and then the one down the line off Francoeur's glove. Listed at 5'11", and about 180 pounds.
Drilled, that one curling, and curling foul. He hammered that.
Yeah, that was inside. Good turn on that. Listed at 175, 5'11", 175. Fort Meade, Florida is his home.
The 11th overall pick in the 2005 draft. And Soriano got him swinging. 2 down. And 2 away, a man at first. 6-6 game. We're in the 9th. How about our AirTran upcoming schedule? And
Haven't been to Camden Yards in a while. It'd be nice to get back there.
absolutely. You know, you and I both follow the game. I don't know whether it's this way for you, but I would guess that there are similarities. There are just some teams that haven't been good in a while They haven't been on the national stage. I'm going to need to do a little bit of homework on the Baltimore Orioles.
Nick Markakis out of Woodstock, Georgia, and that's about the end of my line on that one.
Soriano able to pitch around the leadoff single. Top of the order, 1, 2, 3, coming up in the ninth. This game tied at 6 apiece. And the Braves will have the top 3 in the order to go up against Sean Burnett.
He's one of those first-round draft picks we were talking about. He got to the big leagues in 2004, went 5-5, and then hurt his elbow. Had to have Tommy John surgery in September of that year. Missed all of the 05 season. And did not get back to the big leagues until last year. He was in 58 games and went 1-1. He hasn't given up a run in his last 4 appearances. Three lefties in the bullpen. You don't often see that, and they've come in back to back to back.
McLeod, Burnett, and Jesse Chavez, I guess, were the card-playing trio in the Pirate clubhouse. And when he got traded, they had a stool with his picture in full uniform and a candle sitting there in the clubhouse. And it caused Dave O'Brien of the AJC to remark, guys, he was traded. He wasn't taken hostage.
I love that.
Ball and 2 strikes to Nate McLeod, who's had a really good night. 3 hits, another stolen base. He's a perfect 9 for 9. And his first homer as a Brave, he scored twice. Just got a piece.
Wow. Leading off the 5th inning. Ball out away from him, and with that bottom hand getting the head of the bat out there in fine fashion. 400-foot drive.
Gets under this one. And near the seats. They've got it surrounded. Did he make the catch down there, Moss? He did. Wow.
He wasn't even sure if he was on the wall. He was just trying to make sure that he didn't run into the concrete. Stuck his glove out and looked like he caught a snow cone down there. A lot of baseball showing, but what a play.
So a nice play by the right fielder. McLeod getting under that one. Freddie Sanchez looked like he was having trouble finding that. So now Yunel's job to get on base. Braves led this one 5-1 at the end of 5. The Pirates have been pesky here tonight. Off the end of the bat, Wilson. And here comes Chipper.
And Joe Kerrigan. He's only faced Burnett once and he walked. We got Zach Duke in the first inning, though, going the other way. His 3rd home run in 2 days. He was 2 for 2 before grounding out in the 7th, and he had 6 straight hits. 6 for 6 with a couple of walks before that ground out.
I'm curious as to the conversation that they just had. I mean, I know it has to do with what do you want to do in this spot, but I wonder if they're looking at the unintentional intentional walk.
Left-handed pitcher, left-handed batter on deck. You're asking for trouble if you think that Brian McCann's not going to come up there and put a good swing on one.
Here's my thing. I don't like that as a general rule, especially with elite hitters, because more often than not, only bad stuff can happen. You don't execute your pitch.
And you know how good he is, Chipper, at knowing what they're doing to him and taking it away. I mean, he knew the other day that they were going to pitch him away, and he went out and round a ball and hit it out of the ballpark.
In a spot where they were essentially trying to pitch around him.
Yes, just like this.
It's a 3-1 pitch.
Yes.
I mean, I just, the chances of Chipper getting himself out in this spot, I think, are less than Burnett making a mistake. And I just put up 4 fingers at a walk-in. So here we go, 3-1. Really?
Right. Well, he was taking 3-0 for sure, and that was not a strike. Watch Jaramillo's glove. He's already on the outside corner, and he had to reach across to get it.
High fly ball, left field. Did he get enough of it? Nope. And Morgan puts it away. That's the inning. We're going to extras. On to the 10th, tied at 6. missing one.
Yeah, they got away with this. The pitch was supposed to be outside again, but it came back to the middle of the plate, and he got it right off the end of the bat. Not quite on the sweet spot, and that was the difference here. But they almost blew it when they were trying to pitch around him. They got a little greedy, I think, after the count went 3-1. And Hudson thought he got it.
Yeah, he did. I hear you, buddy. 3-4-5. Sanchez, LaRoche against Soriano, who got him on 9 pitches in the ninth. Strike one.
Rafael had to go 2 innings earlier in this homestand against the Cubs. I believe it was. I'll take that back. Braves won that game in extra innings. Double check it.
Shallow right for Francoeur. And a tough hitter retired there.
Yeah, 2 innings against the Cubs on June 2nd. And picked up the win when the Braves got a run in and beat Aaron Heilman and the Cubs 6-5. Be careful here on a first pitch fastball.
Soriano with that fastball that usually sits around 92 to 94, in that range. LaRoche does have 7 homers. And into center field for a base hit. Go ahead run is on base.
Caught that one off the end of the bat, but had enough of it to drop it in for a hit. Slow runner at first. Let's see how the Pirates play it with 1 out.
Be curious to see what type of hitter this guy turns into. Andy, just because in the minor league level, he hit 19 or more home runs every full professional season until last year when he had the thumb problems and then was in the big leagues. Only 2 so far. He's shown more power, is the point.
Well, he's certainly taken a big cut, and a lot better cut, I think, than what we saw in April when we were in Pittsburgh. A lot more aggressive. But at that point, again, he was off to a very slow start. If you remember, he was taking the ball to right field a little bit and up the middle. Had a game where he had maybe 3 hits. He kind of broke out of it. He doesn't appear to be thinking too much about right field right now. He's taking a big hack.
Braves got a couple of runs early and a Chipper Jones 2-run homer, and then McLouth his first home run. Runner on the go, and LaRoche will take second base. Soriano just not paying attention to him.
Not at all, and Adam just took off on the first move even before he had moved. No chance at all for McCann to even make a throw. And it was fortunate for Andy LaRoche that there was a slider outside that he didn't have to try to protect the runner on.
So now a single could put him ahead.
It's the 3rd career stolen base for Adam.
Seal it. Third in his career.
Yes.
Okay.
So you'd say a good guess. No argument here from Andy LaRoche as that one paints the corner. Good live fastball. Not much he was going to do with that anyway.
Moss comes up empty. Soriano, of course, came over before the 07 season in the deal that sent Horacio Ramirez out to Seattle. I would say that Frank Wren won that one.
Yep. Horacio now in Kansas City. But I believe he might be in Omaha in the Royals organization.
He may have just gotten sent down.
Yeah.
Ball and a strike with the runner out there at second. Kenshin Kawakami, 6 innings, gave up 3 runs on 4 hits, walked 1, struck out 5. Really one of his better outings.
Certainly good enough to win, and he got some run support tonight, but it wasn't enough. Tough inning and tough outing, I should say, for Peter Moylan.
Yeah, Horacio Ramirez is actually just designated for assignment on Saturday.
Coming into the game, Soriano against right-handed batters allowing just a 130 average, 6 for 46.
Wow.
And against lefties, just a 200 average, 7 for 35. That was coming into tonight's work.
Moss hanging in there.
94 on that one. It's that easy gas, too, that the players talk about with a pitcher who doesn't really have a lot of big motion or high leg kick to speak of and have to grunt and spit to try to throw that hard. He just very smooth.
McCann and Soriano will get together. Yeah, the motion is just really quiet and not violent at all. And a little bit like Mariano Rivera. One of the things, besides in his prime throwing 95 and probably the best cutter ever, but just that motion was just very slow and, yeah, just without a lot of violence to it, and then wham, it's right up on you.
Those guys are so deceptive, and the hitters will describe those as, that guy's sneaky quick. Well, he's sneaky quick because it doesn't look like he's throwing hard, and the ball's on you before you can react. Discussion about this pitch. Let's see what they picked.
Got him swinging. Good work by Soriano. Hops over the foul line, and that's that. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Brian McCann will start things off. Soriano doing good work. We're tied at 6. part by Honda. Bottom 10, we're tied at 6. Rally caps going, Tomahawk. And, of course, a little bit of dancing, too. It's sort of like the chop, but it's also, I'm excited and let's go crazy. John Shelby, Joe Simpson, and the Braves with McCann, Anderson, and Frank Core.
That's not a whole lot unlike what we do, though, between innings.
That is correct. Yeah, it's crazy. Ball 1 from Sean Burnett. Ryan now at 6 homers, knocked in 22. Rips that one, caught by LaRoche.
Man,
that was scorched.
Can't hit it any better. Right on the nose. And that is just so frustrating as a hitter. Intended pitcher to boot. You think maybe you've hit one down the line or something, and then the guy's standing right there.
Garrett Anderson, 1 out of 3 with a single. Also a rare walk for Garrett. His 8th of the season. The combo in the 5-6 spots tonight for the Braves. Anderson and Frank Core, including tonight now, 364 plate appearances, and they've walked a combined 15 times.
That's not many. Well, there are some guys getting some work in against left-handed pitching tonight. 4 lefties, the starter, and 3 straight left-handed relievers.
And this is one of those just little subtle things, but in terms of the roster, this is a good example of where you miss Omar Infante. Whether it's off the bench or whether he would have started tonight or what have you.
Yeah, he's a valuable part of this ball club. Garrett fooled on this breaking ball. Tried to stop his swing. He has 2 career walk-off homers. The last one, April of 2001.
A liner into left. Morgan will play it on a bounce. Garrett Anderson's second hit of the night. And Gregor Blanco will run for him.
Watch how long he waited on that pitch. Before, he had tried to start too early and couldn't. This time he waited and waited, and his point of contact was way back there. And just served it into left field. And he'll make way for a faster runner in Blanco. Nice at bat there by the veteran.
John Russell's going to make the double switch. They are finally out of lefties. Down 6-3, got 3 in the 7th inning. They've gotten a big game from rookie center fielder Andrew McCutchen. 3 hits, including a pair of triples.
And all their outfielders very deep right now.
Blanco goes, and Jaramillo drops the transfer, and the winning run is in scoring position.
He appeared to get a good pitch to throw on too, Boog. Fastball away. No, it wasn't. It was like a split or something. It really went down. I didn't see that. Tough one to handle. So great time to run for Gregor, and winning run at second. They're going to put Francoeur on and pitch to Prado.
So Jeff will take his base. And as Prado makes his way to the plate, John Russell sending Joe Kerrigan out to the mound.
With a scouting report on Martin Prado. It was in a Zach Duke game in April. I told you about the Braves beating him up 11-1. One of the heroes of the game was Martin Prado. One of his 2 home runs on the season, and it was a long one. A 3-run homer. His other homer was the game winner in the 12th inning at New York.
So 2 aboard, 1 out. The only guy that matters, though, is Blanco out there at second base. And Martin Prado with the chance to be the hero. In the bottom of the 10th, 6-6 game. Ripped.
Woo. Boy, did he throw some top hand on that pitch. Fastball up and in, and came right over the top of that one. But got up on the same height as the pitch. Well struck, just yanked foul. Something tells me they're not going to try that again. He might be ready to look for something middle of the plate away here.
Blanco at second. Oh, off speed, and he was out front.
I don't know what that is. It's the same pitch. It looked like that Blanco stole on him. Went in the dirt. But look at that thing come in on him.
And Jaramillo's having trouble catching.
Martin's been tough with 2 strikes. Had 2 hits Saturday on 0-2 counts.
Up and in.
Same pitch. Martin might have liked to rethink that one. Maybe take a brush off the side of the arm, load him up. Look how much that ball's moving. Something up and in might lead to something down and away.
Bounding ball, Wilson, Sanchez, LaRoche, inning-ending double play. We'll go to the 11th at Turner Field. Still tied 6-6. Rally cap on. You have any other thoughts? No, signal. Terrible. Hey, Gregor Blanco's out there in left field. Stay in the game. And replace Garrett Anderson as he ran for Manny Acosta. Will take over on the hill. And it is our AT&T call to the bullpen.
And his last work was 3 days ago against Milwaukee. Worked an inning, had a strikeout. No walks for Manny so far in his first 6 appearances.
It'll be Jaramillo Wilson and Craig Monroe. Braves only have Chris Medlin left in the bullpen. And David Ross and Diori Hernandez left on the bench.
Took a little off there. Nice pitch by Manny. Pirates have Chavez, Meek, and Capps in their bullpen, all right-handers.
And Ramon Vasquez and Robinson Diaz. The backup catcher available. Well, the starting catcher goes down on strikes as Costa gets him. 1 away.
Set up by a good changeup and then a funny swing. Fastball that may have fooled him as far as getting on top of him quicker than he thought.
Jack Wilson, 2 out of 4. First pitch swinging, right center field. Frank Core calls off Nate McLaughlin. There's quickly 2 away. Braves so far this year in extra innings 3-3.
Pirates are 1-1. Got a shot of Brian Snitker sitting there next to Bobby Cox. There was some concern a few days ago before that outpouring of runs when they got 8 yesterday that if Brian was being paid, like on commission at third base on runs scored,
right,
it might be a dry spell for him, but they got to wave a bunch of them around yesterday.
Yeah, he's had to ice his shoulder down. Craig Monroe hasn't faced the Braves all that much, but it's been enough for their taste.
He hit 2 home runs in a day game in Pittsburgh earlier this year, and they look like the same play. There's the swing, there's the homer into the bullpen, and trust me, this is a different swing with the same result.
He's got big-time power, and a guy that they signed as a minor league free agent was with Minnesota last year. Only 163 at-bats, but he came to camp and hit 8 homers in spring training, made their team. And Acosta walks him.
First walk since he got called up.
So McCutchen 3 for 5. The 2 outs are both strikeouts. Hit hard, fair ball down the line. And Monroe racing for third. And they're going to send him. Escobar has it. Throw to the plate. Tag. Got him. Tony Beasley, the third base coach, said, make a play. And Yunel Escobar said, you bet. Blanco to Yunel and McCann waiting. We stay tied. Good job by the Braves defense executing a fundamental play.
Well, and a good hustle here. I mean, the speed of Gregor Blanco certainly paid off just coming into the ballgame to get to that ball so quickly. He gave Escobar a perfect relay, chest high, strong arm of Yunel. Easily beat Monroe to the plate. But also a good call by Tony Beasley to try to win the game right there, or at least take the lead right there. Didn't work out, thanks to the good defense by Atlanta.
New pitcher, AT called to the bullpen. Jesse Chavez will take over. They still have their closer, Matt Capps, the Georgia native, available.
He's worked a lot. 28 games, 16 of them in May.
Quickly 0-2 to Kelly Johnson, who's 1 for 4.
95 on that last pitch from Chavez.
Wow. 96 with that one. And he blows away Kelly Johnson.
That was a case where a hitter looked like he was looking for a different location, and then the ball was thrown so hard away he didn't have a chance to try to protect the plate. He was expecting something in. Costa will hit for himself.
And a reminder coming up at the conclusion of this game, Braves Live. Fred Hickman, Ron Gant, and Jerome Jurinovich. And Manny Acosta will hit for himself. I am in no way trying to imply anything, but if you remember last year, the 17-inning game against the Astros, Manny had to hit, and running down to first hurt his hamstring pretty badly.
Blew it out.
Here's a 1-2.
Look
oh my goodness.
Heads up in the on-deck circle, and you ball boys over there may want to get behind a chair. Just a little tardy.
Scooping it out of the catcher's mitt. Got to bunt his way on and a strikeout, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's an out. Okay. Nate McLouth just happy that he didn't get injured.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nate McLouth here, a 3-hit performance tonight. Keep learning about the new guys. One of the things we found out about Nate McLouth is that he speaks fluent Spanish. And Mike Gonzalez, his former teammate, says that he speaks Spanish better than I do. And I asked him how he picked it up. He said he took it in high school, and then he'd just been really diligent about paying attention and trying to learn more and being able to speak it. So credit to him.
Yeah, and some people have a real knack for it, too.
Mm-hmm. Chavez falls behind 2-0. And Nate was late.
McLouth, a Michigan native and a diehard Red Wings fan, loves the University of Michigan. Sounds like another former Brave who was a Michigan native, John Smoltz. Although he was a Spartan fan.
Mm-hmm. 2-2 now to Nate. 6-6 our score. We're in the bottom of the 11th with 2 outs and the bases empty. And Chavez, the 6th pitcher used by John Russell. Zach Duke started and gave up 6 runs on 11 hits.
Might get a good one to hit here. I don't know that he'll, unless it's a mistake, I don't think he'll get anything middle of the plate in. He doesn't need it in to hit it out.
At the very least, you'd love to see him get on base and see if maybe take a shot at swiping second, and maybe then Unell a chance to knock him in. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The 3-2 got him swinging. Climbed the ladder with the fastball, and Jesse Chavez strikes out the side. We played 11 here in Atlanta, and it's still 6 apiece. Piece. He's got a good arm, huh?
Can let it go. I didn't see too many sliders mixed in there, mostly fastballs.
Nigel Morgan up here showing bunt and pushes it foul.
Going back to the last inning, one of the things lost in that good play by the Braves defense was the fact that Andrew McCutchen had another hit that turned into a double down the line. So he's got 4 tonight, a single, a double now, and 2 triples.
I'm not interested in seeing him come up a 7th time.
Niger Morgan's a very interesting story. In his last 2 years of high school, he went away to play junior hockey.
I went up to Canada. I believe he's a California native, actually.
Big game tomorrow night. Game 6 of the. Is this game 6?
Yes, it is.
Of the Stanley Cup.
You got a side?
Yeah, I mentioned this. I don't know if it was to you or to Chip that remember I picked Minnesota to win the Central Division.
Yes,
I've switched.
Okay,
and you can call me a front runner if you want.
Sure,
because you do all the time.
Absolutely,
anyway.
I do.
Rightfully so. But given the plight, good pitch there by Manny. Given the plight of so many of the folks up in Detroit, I've become a big Detroit fan in all areas. So anything that gives the fans in Detroit something to root about and be happy about for a while. I'm for the Tigers, the Red Wings, and anybody else up there that's playing lacrosse right now.
Fair enough. Nate McLeod, a huge Red Wings fan.
You're like me, I believe, in this respect, that as many games as we see, there are players that you enjoy watching for other teams that whenever they come to town, there may not be anything that jumps out at you like, hey, the Pirates are coming to town, you know. But there are players that I enjoy watching, and one of them is Freddie Sanchez.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, he's a good example of a guy that kind of gets lost because of the market that he plays in. You know, it feels like the only time that teams or players like that get attention is when, you know, Zach Greinke's putting up an 0.50 ERA over his first 9 starts. Then, you know, then he gets on the cover of Sports Illustrated. But otherwise, you know, most of these players kind of disappear a little bit. And Freddie's a really good player.
I mean, he won a batting title.
Yep. I like to think about the reverse as well, and that is, would I have scouts telling me Derek Jeter's a winner if he played in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, there you go. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, prime of his career has been a remarkable career, but I just think that at times the team results have a tendency to influence how you see certain guys.
Not to mention the city you play in.
Sure. We'll do it this way. What if Hanley Ramirez was playing shortstop for the Red Sox right now? You'd be so sick of that guy, you wouldn't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good pitch. 2-1.
You know, Adam he didn't bark at the umpire last time up on a fastball that was called a strike on the outside corner from Soriano, but he did ask about it. I wonder if that paid off there.
3-1 now. 2 outs with the bases clear, tied at 6. Braves about hit the Pirates 13-12, and Adam's younger brother Andy waiting on deck.
Well, Adam's sitting on one thing right here, and that's dead red fastball. Looking for something down middle of the plate.
And ball 4.
And pay attention to him this time. Remember, against Soriano, he swiped second without a throw.
Again, the Braves only with Chris Medlin in the bullpen. I mean, I guess there's an advantage in that because Chris has been stretched out. So if they needed him to go deeper or longer, he could. It's lonely out there, though, huh?
He and Alan Butts and Eddie Perez.
I mean, he's been just sitting out there with Butsy. I mean, this thing goes longer. It's the, Butsy's giving him his life story. So then when I turned 24, I decided.
Almost caught Adam Nappy.
Ooh.
Boy, that was close. Steal a base and you get cocky over there, getting a big lead. I think what you were talking about with respect to Alan Butts out there was his book. He was turning the page to chapter 11.
There it is. Right there.
This is my report card.
Manny's got a good arm. He throws hard, but we have seen him from time to time get out of sorts trying to overthrow a little bit. And he's in danger of putting the go-ahead run into scoring position. And he just did.
On 4 straight.
So after getting the first 2 back-to-back walks, and Ramon Vasquez is going to hit.
Well, if he can get out of this, and we certainly hope he does. At the very least, it's gotten Chavez out of the game.
There you go.
Make them go to their bullpen again.
Oh, may have crossed him up right there. No? Yeah, McCann's going to go out.
Oh, yeah. He was looking fastball.
Yeah.
Didn't get it. Vasquez 3 for 13 as a pinch hitter. Not bad. A couple of RBIs.
First and second with 2 down. Manny all of a sudden having trouble locating the strike zone.
That's at least 7 in a row that have missed. The last one to Adam and the 4 to Andy, and now these 2.
Popped him up. And Escobar grabs it. And that's the inning. So Manny able to pitch around the walks. 2, 3, 4 coming up for the Braves. wild one here.
The guy on the mound's the guy they've been looking for tonight. Evan Meek started the year at Indianapolis, got called up, but he's had a lot of base runners. 17 2/3 innings, 15 hits, and 16 walks, and 8 earned runs. Now, he's only got a .231 average against him, but boy, oh boy, is that a lot of base runners. Let's see if the Braves can get somebody on and get him around. His last outing on the 5th, not a good one either, against Houston. A third of an inning, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 3 of those runners scored.
Two and nothing. So Unell being patient. Jaramillo calls time and he'll go out to the mound. And well, the Braves mounted a rally of their own yesterday, 3 in the 8th inning. Who got the big hit? The man at the plate.
Worked the count to 3-2 and then hit a bolt into left field to drive in McLeod. Might be taking here to see if Meek can throw a strike.
I think that had a little wrinkle in it, maybe a slider.
It did. Kind of a get over slider just to find the plate.
And it's 3-1. Chipper lurking in the on-deck circle. He's got a couple of hits, including a 2-run homer. And now it's 3-2.
Evan Meek pitched against the Braves last year. 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 runs, and some of that damage was by Escobar. He faced him, went 1 for 1, and hit a homer off of him.
That would work well in this spot.
Would be so lovely.
Inside out swing and goes the other way, stays alive. Unell's been pretty consistent this year. The average has been, I don't know, somewhere between 290 and 310 for most of the season.
Yes, it has. And he's battled a couple of injuries that have slowed him down some.
That hip flexor problem. Here's a 3-2. In the air right field for Craig Monroe. And there's 1 away. Here comes Chipper. Chipper a homer, a walk, a single, a ground out to short, and he is flied to left.
Just figured out what the problem was tonight.
What's that?
And I apologize to Peter Moylan. I've had the wrong pencil all night.
Well, how do you figure that one out?
Well, this is the one from yesterday, the game winner.
Well, how do you know that?
I just know. You know your pencils.
But you were...
I've had the wrong one all night.
11 and a half innings and you just noticed?
Yeah. Oh, they were the same color.
I mean, they're the same color, so what's the difference? How do you know
Well,
this?
this was a winner.
Okay. Meek ready. First base. LaRoche knocks it down. He'll take it himself.
And Baker just handed me a note that the Braves are 2-25 when I use the wrong pencil. kept it in front of him to get the out. So far, so good for Mr. Meek.
Ron McCann fixing those glasses. First one to Mack.
Pretty good pitch.
And Chris Medlin getting loose. McCann with a 2-run homer in the 5th.
Wow, that rocked Neal. Boy. Got 93 on the fastball and just a foul tip into the face.
Man. Breaking ball missed inside.
It was a foul tip much like that back in 1884 that created the necessity for a mask. That's when they started wearing them. It was a very primitive mask, but
line drive and a base hit right field. So with 2 outs, McCann aboard.
Two-out base hit for Mack, and he'll reach and make way for a pinch runner. Jair Jurgens will come in and run for him.
So Jurgens will run at first. Blanco's up. Gregor pinch ran in the 10th for Garrett Anderson and swiped second.
One of the great things about modern stadiums is if you've been sitting all night, come into a game to pinch run, as Gregor did in the 10th inning, you got a chance to run upstairs and take a few swings in the batting cage. Stay loose.
That one off the catcher's mitt. And down to second goes Jurgens. Wow. Way high. And a big break for the Braves.
Huge break. This wasn't anywhere close.
A wild pitch.
No chance for Jaramillo to even react at 94. But he will have a chat with Mr. Meek. First base open. That run wouldn't mean anything. Right-handed hitter on deck.
Well, here at Turner Field, we're in the bottom of the 12th with 2 outs. Jair Jurgens, the runner, at second. Braves and Pirates in extra innings tied at 6-6. John Shambi and Joe Simpson with you here on Sports South. And thanks for hanging with us. Blanco choked up on that bat. The count 1-1. Trying to be a hero.
Again, they don't have to throw Gregor a strike. They can see if he will offer it anything off the plate. And at the very worst, have to deal with Jeff Francoeur. 12 innings, by the way, the longest the Braves have had to play this year in an extra inning game.
Now it's 3-1.
And if you're Gregor Blanco, you're looking for just one pitch in one spot. Wherever you like it, wherever you ask for it in batting practice, that's what you're looking for here, and don't swing at anything else. 3-1 breaking ball. You might see another one here.
Now the 3-2. First base, and LaRoche beats him to the bag, and we're going to the 13th.
And a new battery for the Atlanta Braves. David Ross will check in to do the catching, and he will bat in the 9th spot in the order. And now pitching, the last man left out in the bullpen is Chris Medlin. And the AT&T call to the bullpen is the first call from the bullpen for Chris Medlin. Made 3 starts prior to this, a 1-2 record. 15 strikeouts in 14 1/3 innings, but as you said, Boog, one of the advantages here is that he's stretched out. He's been starting all spring for Gwinnett and the big club, and he ought to be able to go a few innings if needed. Let's hope he doesn't have to go more than one.
So Ross out to talk with the little right-hander. A 6-6 game. Braves have out-hit the Pirates 14-12. And switch in a catcher, Jason Jaramillo, will step to the plate. He's got an infield single, 1 out of 5 with a couple of strikeouts. Chris Medlin, good work against the Arizona Diamondbacks in that start. He and Tommy Hanson, roommates. Yeah, May 31st against Arizona. Chris with his first major league win.
Might be a little bit rusty. It's been a week.
There's Tommy. Big league debut yesterday.
I loved what he said about his mistakes he made yesterday about the fastballs. He said, I didn't locate a couple of fastballs, and they let me know it.
Although I will say the opposite field homer from Ryan Braun, for me, was an example of, oh, they don't do that at AAA.
No, you're right.
Got him swinging. Medlin off to a good start.
When you're the rookie and you've got to go to the bullpen, one of the responsibilities you have is to take the candy and the bubble gum and everything out there for any type of snacks anybody might need during the course of the game. Of course, you got to have something to carry it in. That pink went real well with that red jersey yesterday. Is My Pretty Pony backpack.
And it's got a little horsetail to it, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah, it's hanging off the back.
Nice.
Mike Gonzalez scolds the guys down there sometimes because they put Snickers and stuff in it. See, there's the tail.
Yeah. Very nice.
Third base, Chipper on a tough hop, throws out Wilson, 2 away.
So what happens to Snickers? They melt?
Well, he wants to keep it healthy. You know, you go with a little bit of gum or something like that. But, you know, he's trying to keep it healthy.
Maybe
down
an
there.
energy bar or two in there.
Right,
okay.
yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting now is that either Eddie Perez or Alan Butts is going to have to carry that back in.
That's a good point. I wonder where the My Pretty Pony bag is.
Well, Alan's got a big equipment bag with all his catching gear in it.
Sure.
Something tells me that that backpack's going to be stuffed in there somewhere out of sight.
Where's Eddie? Eddie's not out there. I don't see Eddie out there.
Isn't Eddie over there on the left? Yeah, there he is.
Oh, there he is, yeah. Eddie's got his desk back there, too. The stand-up desk, the high desk. That drill down the line. If it's fair, it's trouble, and that one is a foul ball. Wow, Monroe got all over that.
Well, we showed you.
There's his desk.
It's also an anti-squirrel bird feeder.
Right. Oh, just missed.
Mercy. It looked good to us too, Bobby.
Being corrected on Facebook, it's called My Little Pony is what somebody just said. I think My Pretty Pony actually works better.
But I think I stand corrected. Meg had some of that stuff when she was little. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Here in the 13th, Medlin's 2-2 is too high. Just sort of picturing you at the tea party at the table.
Had a little corral of My Little Ponies.
3-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Good work, Chris Medlin.
Get him a run.
Gets him 1, 2, 3, including a couple of strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the 13th. 6-6. John Chambi, Joe Simpson with you. Oh, she's not ready to shut it down yet.
No, there's a little cotton candy in her future.
You know it. Tied at 6 apiece, and Francoeur to start it off. And strike one from Evan Meek. Jeff having a little chat with Brian Knight, the plate umpire, who has had a tough night. Braves were up 5-1, up 6-3, but the big inning, Bucks got 3 in the 7th. Jeff wouldn't offer, now 2-1.
This guy's going to make a mistake, Boog. He's been too erratic with his control. Been behind virtually every hitter.
3-1.
That could be a good pitch here. Just because it's 3-1 doesn't mean this guy is going to find the mark.
Right. Francoeur, Prado, and Johnson scheduled here in the bottom of the 13th. Yuri Hernandez, the only position player left. Jurgens has the replica Brian McCann bat down there.
Well, he pinch ran for him. He has close ties to it.
That's right.
Hey.
There you go. Francoeur draws the walk. And now let's see what the Braves are up to. Prado up here. And Martin on the season with 1 sacrifice bunt.
What a good bunter.
Off the plate, high off the plate. Little mini collision there. And Prado is out. And Martin hobbling a little bit down the line.
He's had a knee that's been bothering him a little bit. And it may have aggravated that a little bit. I tell you who made a good play here is Jaramillo. There was the collision, but I tell you what he did. He paused just a second and looked down there to make sure Francoeur wasn't going to keep going to third, because Jack Wilson had to really bust it right there. See him checking him? And Jack Wilson had to really bust it over to third to make sure that Francoeur couldn't go to third base.
This would be a good angle for it.
Yeah, right here. See, Wilson then busts it over there. That was a really good play by the Pirates catcher, not to hurry himself to first.
Strike one to Kelly, who's got a chance to be a hero. Francoeur at second. We're in the bottom of the 13th. And Meek deals. Wow.
Oh, my. Ooh, that ball must have really broken. Not a chance. That broke around the plate. Again, not where you catch it. Yowie. Got a battle now behind 0-2.
Got him swinging. Kelly Johnson down on strikes, and there's 2 away. And David Ross with his first trip to the plate. And he comes to the plate to rob base and DJ Easy Rock.
Looks like some activity in the Pirates bullpen, Boog.
Really?
Yeah. Can never start too early. Oh, boy. Just trying to get a head start on it.
Absolutely.
It's late night.
Oh, and 1 to Ross.
Slider, and you're probably going to see more sliders.
How many innings your scorebook go?
I just did a little improvising here. I'm going to be able to go 16. How about you?
I got 13 with room for 14.
Okay.
So the pressure's kind of on David Ross right here. Francoeur's at second. In a 6-6 tie. Last run was scored back in the 7th by the Pirates. And that tied the game.
And they have, if they come up, McCutcheon leading off the 14th.
He's
David
got a
Ross
4-hit game.
Yeah, I think David Ross is going to clip one of those sliders right here, though. The guy's due to make a mistake.
Here's a 1-2. And Ross wouldn't chase.
.33 pitches so far for Evan Meek.
Can I give you something funny? Like, this is Facebook, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the bottom of the 13th. It's 2-2 with 2 outs and a guy at second in a 6-6 game. And I just had a guy post to me, you got any advice for how to get far in the broadcasting world? Joe, why don't you go ahead and call the rest of the game and I'll type up that answer.
Help him with a resume.
Yeah. 2-2 now. Oh, my goodness. Brian Knight rings up David Ross. That strike zone getting bigger and bigger and bigger. End of 13. Still tied. And it's a 6-6 game. Is she playing the drums? Yeah, she is. John Shabby, Joe Simpson.
Smoke on the Water drumming going on there.
It's funny, though, because Smoke on the Water, you think guitar, right?
I do.
Yeah. Here's Andrew McCutcheon, 4 hits in the game. And drives this one to center field. McLouth back some more, and he hauls it in. Were you thinking for a second the same thing I was thinking?
Yes, I was.
5-hit game cycle.
in like your 5th game in the big leagues? Yeah, it was. He put a charge in it. Fastball. We've seen him go to right center with some pitches out away from him. We've seen him pull some balls foul that were in on him, and he almost hit this one out to straightaway center. McCutchen was hitting .303 at Indianapolis, 4 homers, had driven in 20, and he'd stolen 10 bases.
He also had 10 doubles and 8 triples.
And that's why many of the people on the team, players on the team and people around the camp couldn't figure out, if you're trying to win, why isn't McCutchen on the team coming out of camp? If that's your focus, is winning, why isn't he on the team? How is he not one of your best players? And I can understand their resentment of that.
But there's also an element of it where they didn't know he was going to go down there and do that, and you're always unsure whether a guy like that is ready, I mean, Jordan Schaefer certainly in spring training looked like he was going to be all right. Blanco dropped that one, and Morgan's going to make his way to second. And an error in the left fielder, and I mean, again, bad communication, but Blanco's got to put this away.
Gregor was calling for it. Escobar didn't hear him and then didn't or couldn't get out of the way. And when you're running in trying to keep your eye on the ball and that white jersey's coming up on you, it's hard to keep your focus on the ball. That hurts. Fast runner at second.
That play, too, and I'd be curious to get you to talk about it. It's not the same as in Little League, the I got it thing. Now, tonight, as the crowd thins out and we get into the late stages, okay. But you're not always going to hear the guy say, I got it, are you, in a big league stadium?
No.
So you really have to be aware in multiple ways, right? I mean,
it has to be repeated. It has to be yelled loud. If you're the outfielder, I'll say this for Yunel. He'll go out and get everything he can get, and he's aggressive that way. And sometimes he's been a little late getting out of the way when he's been called off of balls. So he's one of those guys that's not going to just bail. He's going to make sure there's an out. So maybe the fact that he didn't hear Gregor was just more of the fact that he just didn't want to give up on the ball.
Right. Well, now 1 out with 2 aboard. And Adam LaRoche is going to face Chris Medlin. 6-6 our score. We're in the 14th inning. Extra inning game. Braves 3-3 in extra innings. What did you say the Pirates were? 1-1?
1-1. I'm really surprised to read here, too, that Adam LaRoche has only hit into 3 double plays this year. His brother leads the team, having hit into 6.
You were saying?
He's only hit into 4 double plays.
That'll work. 4-6-3. And Medlin gets out of it. We'll go to the bottom of the 14th. Braves and Pirates tied at 6. And it's the top of the order. Paid crowd tonight, 21,856. And those that remain hoping the top of the order can produce a win. And Nate McLouth with 3 hits in the game, including a homer.
Was that tonight?
That was tonight.
Back in the 5th inning, leading off, it's Zach Duke. No doubter. The last guy they have in their bullpen is their closer, Matt Capps. And actually, he's a short-term guy. He's an inning-at-best type guy, so Evan Meek has got to try and go as long as he can.
Here's a 1-2. Got him swinging. McLouth down on strikes.
And Evan Meek, only 1 year in his professional career was spent as a starter, and that was back in 2006. All his other years have been mostly as a guy out of the pen. He's pretty fired up.
Escobar does his drawing in the batter's box dirt. With 1 hit in the game. Evan Meek, by the way, has gone 3 innings once before tonight and 2 innings twice. A ball and a strike to Unell. Take another look at the check swing.
Got it stopped.
Remember how David Justice would check his swing? He'd check his swing, and then it was like he'd leave it there, like he was serving it up on a tray.
Yeah, like this is really where it stopped.
Yeah.
Andrew would do that once in a while too.
Pretty well hit, but McCutcheon there.
Had him played that way and was there to make the catch. Kept saying that Meek would make a mistake given the way he had pitched in recent days, but he's been up to the task tonight. Chipper hit a homer tonight too, back in the 1st inning, sometime around 7:15 p.m. Walk him? Pitcher's spot due up next. I forgot about McCann being out of the game.
Yep.
We're going to play it safe there and make Chris Medlin do some damage. Chris Medlin, not a bad hitter though, folks. Gets a little encouragement from Chipper as he walks by. Don't suppose Chipper might be running here, do you? Maybe he told him. Maybe he said something to him like, I'm going on the first pitch.
Chris at Santa Ana Junior College was actually a shortstop first and then would come in to relieve.
huge, huge gap in right center. Certainly don't expect him to pull the ball, but if he did, Chipper could possibly score from first.
I mean, you just got to cheat right here, don't you?
Yeah.
A mile high. Freddie Sanchez out there. He's got it. And that's the inning. We stay tied at 6 apiece. On to the 15th inning. With you. 6 runs, 14 hits, and an error for the Braves. 6-12-0 for the Pirates. How you doing?
Cotton candy section.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's been a high sugar intake tonight. Adults and children. No, way back when Kenshin Kawakami started this one, went 6 innings, was in line for the win, and the Braves pen just not able to hold it. Pirates with 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. And we are tied at 6-6.
It's already the 3rd inning for Chris Medlin. I mean, aside from a position player who might have to throw, I guess the next guy would be Javi Vasquez, who's scheduled to pitch Thursday. He's the farthest removed from his most recent start.
And the Diamondbacks and the Padres went how long?
18. That might be an advantage for the Pirates. They still have caps left, but you know, Adam LaRoche might crank it up. And you know he would love that if he had to.
What was the longest game you ever played in?
20 innings. Longest game ever played at Fenway Park.
That's a long game.
It was a long game because I guess it's still in effect. I don't know for sure, but the American League had a curfew. You could not start an inning after 1 a.m. So we played 19 innings and came back the next day and finished the game before the regularly scheduled game.
Got it. Hit hard and past Kelly Johnson. LaRoche with a base hit. And Ian Snell is going to pinch hit for Evan Meek.
Good piece of hitting here by Andy LaRoche. hot up the middle to knock it down.
Too hot.
Here's a little graphic for you. Since the 7th inning, when the Pirates tied the game up, no runs on 5 hits for the Pirates. They've left 7 on. The Braves 3 hits. They've left 5 men on base. So it's not like neither team has had a chance or two.
Snell puts down the bunt. It's a good one. Medlin to Johnson. And a go-ahead run into scoring position.
Good job by the pitcher.
And Snell getting the love. Here's the catcher. Jason Jaramillo's gone the distance. Caught all 14 innings.
We'll have to check and see if Matt Capps is loosening up or if they put a uniform on the guy vacuuming out there.
By the way, a couple of people asking on our Facebook page, our Fox Sports South Facebook page, longest game in the history of Turner Field was that Astros game last year, July 6th, 17 innings. Mark Teixeira won it.
And that was a getaway day, too.
And there was a 2.5-hour rain delay.
Was there really?
And then the plane was delayed.
I don't remember that.
I was so hopped up on Red Bull and coffee, I can't even tell you.
Let's take a look at that day.
Band was good.
Wow. Big rain.
Tex, though, eventually won it. Almost got it out of the park, but Blanco, oh, look at that. 7-6 was the final.
Yeah. Everybody was hugging him. Everybody was so happy.
Mm-hmm. We went out to the West Coast after that game. One and two to Jaramillo.
Wow, the pitch. Super.
Fourth time he's struck out tonight.
Pirates do have activity in their bullpen. I just mentioned Javi Vasquez might be the next guy in line for Atlanta. You see that beautiful pitch from Medlin. Well, the Pirates do not have Capps loosening up in their bullpen. Well, actually, they do, just in case they take the lead. But number 27 there on the left side of your screen is Jeff Karstens, who is scheduled to pitch and start the game on Wednesday. So if they take the lead, Capps will be in. If they don't, it'll be Karstens.
Jack Wilson, 2 out of 6. And he's made a couple of really nice defensive plays.
Sure has. He's only made one error so far this year at shortstop. This is his 37th game.
For Chris Medlin, got to feel so much better coming into a game off that Arizona start where he pitched well, pitched with confidence. Breaking ball, flared down the right side. Francoeur got it. Good grab by Jeff. So the leadoff single doesn't hurt Chris Medlin. Nice running grab by Jeff Francoeur. Braves coming up, bottom 15. Tied at 6 apiece. And a reminder, Wednesday, June 10th, 7 p.m., bring your dog to the Braves game for the first ever Bark in the Park event during a night game. Order your dog and human game tickets only at braves.com/bark. It is always a funny reader for Bark in the Park.
Yes, it is.
Dog tickets and human tickets. Yes, hello. I'd like 4 human tickets, please. Do you think there's anybody that asks for tickets that way when it's not Bark in the Park night?
Probably not.
Me neither. New pitcher in the game for the Pirates. It is Jeff Karstens. And Gregor Blanco takes ball 1.
Little adjustment for him tonight. I mean, all of his outings have been as a starter, 10 of them. 5.30 ERA. Might be a little tough to get into this mentally. A lot of walks and strikeouts, or walks, 2 strikeouts, and a .281 average against him. He's given up 8 home runs in 56 innings. Braves have had a hard time hitting with men in scoring position on this homestand, Boog, as we've talked about. They're 1 for 6 tonight, 7 for 44 on the homestand.
Wow. More often than not, though, you score 6 runs in a game, you expect to win. And the Braves tonight just not able to protect the lead.
And one of the few times in the middle innings they haven't been able to do that. A good start.
So Blanco aboard with the walk.
Adam LaRoche in to remind Karstens that defensively how they'll work if there is a bunt. Jeff put down a good sacrifice bunt in extra innings the other night against the Cubs after he had homered in the 9th to tie the game.
See what they're up to. And Karstens steps off. I think he was trying to see if Francoeur would give anything away.
Andy LaRoche really guarding the line at third base, not wholeheartedly expecting a bunt.
But there it is. And LaRoche going to go to second, and they get him. Just bunted too hard.
Yeah. Not a bad bunt, but he was bunted the wrong way to begin with. When you're trying to move a runner up to second base, you'd prefer the bunt to go to first base. But where Andy LaRoche was playing, I thought it might still work. Now let's see what they do. Prado, a good hit and run man.
That is a play that you see so rarely nowadays. You know that? I mean, it was used a lot more when you played, was it not?
A lot more.
Yeah. You think Jerome Jurinovich and Fred Hickman and the guys are still here, or what do you think's happening there?
I checked the chop house when we scanned that a minute ago. They weren't out there. Although that's where you and I would probably be at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Snitker checking with Bobby Cox.
There's Fred.
Thanks for staying in there, buddy. Thanks, Ron.
There's Ronnie.
I was taking a nap.
Oh, and 2. And I see Jerome Jurinovich down there. I'm surprised he's not hunkered down watching Red Wings tape just to get ready for that Game 6. Jerome, a big Penguins fan. The 0-2 wouldn't chase.
Got the Lemieux jersey on. Sure, he's ready for tomorrow night.
So Jeff Karsten's your starter for the Wednesday game in relief here. And that one ripped out towards left center field. McCutchen will play it on a bounce. Racing for third is Jeff Francoeur. Prado will stop at first, and they're at the corners.
And again, Martin Prado comes through with a hit when he's behind in the count. And that's a base hit that I think in a lot of situations, a lot of times for Martin is a double, but I think his knees really bothered him some, preventing him from running like he'd like to. Kind of fought that off a little bit, and because the Pirates were playing so deep to prevent an extra base hit, they accomplished that, but the ball drops in as a result.
So Prado gets the big hit.
Watch Martin round first here. Really favoring that left leg and wisely held up at first base. Martin's baseball player, folks, keep saying that over and over again. But he's hurting and he's hanging in there. And we're in the 15th inning. He's getting a clutch hit and trying to make sure that he doesn't do any more to hurt his left knee. A lot of things offensively here that are a threat to the defense. First and foremost, squeeze play. Don't really like to squeeze with a left-handed hitter up there because the catcher has a little bit of an advantage seeing the runner come down the third base line. But the infield has to decide, are we going to play back for a possible double play? Jack Wilson's giving signs to everybody. You got a right-handed hitter on deck and a catcher at that. Could set up a double play possibility if they put Kelly on. It looks like they're going to pitch to him, and the middle infielders are out near the bag.
Ball one to Kelly.
Wild pitch would be nice.
Sure.
Take all the theatrics out of it. Got John Russell around. All the strategy goes right out the window with a wild pitch.
Kelly 1 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Francoeur at third. He's the guy that matters. And he lays off some type of changeup or off speed.
And now they'll put him on. Might have been they were just, that first one, Boog, might have been just a pitch out to, or semi-pitch out to see if they were going to squeeze. And now they're not going to mess around with the left-handed hitter.
So David Ross now with the bases loaded.
Martin Prado really hurting. He walked almost the whole way to second. Golden opportunity. Get a good pitch that you can drive out of the infield and hope it's deep enough to get Francoeur in from third. The outfield now has to play very shallow, almost softball depth.
So here we go. Ross at the plate. They're loaded. Inside, ball one. Jeff Karsten's so far this year. 56 innings coming in. He'd walked 21.
That's the risk you run when you put people on base to load them up. You got to have strikes from your pitcher.
1-0. And a foul ball.
David Ross has never faced him before. Only a couple of guys on the team that have faced him. Norton and Anderson, and they're both out of the game.
Ross came in the 13th. McCann singled in the 12th, and Jurgens ran for him. A ball and a strike. The bases loaded. Francoeur, Prado, and Kelly Johnson third to first.
Key pitch here for Karstens. If he can get ahead in the count 1-2, he puts Ross a little on the defensive where he might be able to induce a double play ball. But this is a key pitch for him, and one that Ross wants to try to drive out of the infield. So it is 1-2. Pacing in the Pirate dugout because they're behind the 8 ball here. LaRoche would come home on a grounder to him. Either one of the LaRoches. Middle infielders would go for 2.
Towards the hole, Wilson coming home. Francoeur gonna score, and that's your ball game. Braves win it. David Ross, the hero, being mobbed. And in 15 innings, 7-6 your final.